Close your eyes and let your body soften. This is your time to drift, your time to breathe slow and deep. Tonight's bedtime story will carry you far back, beyond the edge of history, into the quiet mystery of temples that stand older than memory itself. Stone walls buried in silence, carvings worn by forgotten winds, questions that still puzzle even the most careful minds. As you listen, you do not need to solve them. You only need to rest. Each word will move gently, like water over ancient rock, guiding you toward deep sleep. You may picture stairways that lead nowhere, chambers that whisper of rituals lost, and halls where echoes remain though voices are gone. Allow yourself to sink into this calm space, safe and unhurried. You are simply a guest passing through ruins, made of time, drifting into rest as the story unfolds. The memory before time. We were not the first. Not the first to carve symbols into stone. Not the first to whisper to the stars. Before there was history, there were echoes, unclaimed by time, untouched by textbooks, buried like bones beneath the garden of civilization. This is not a beginning. Timelines, we are taught to believe, beneath the curated order of ages and empires. There lies something older, not primitive, but erased. The earth remembers, the stone remembers, but we have forgotten. They called it myth. They called it allegory, metaphor, dream. But what if the flood was not a story, but a scar? What if the gods who fell were not gods at all, but ancestors, whose names were turned to thunder, and whose temples were turned to dust? Across every culture, across every continent, not by fire, not by conquest, but by silence. We begin here, not with ruins, but with the absence of ruins. Not with temples we can visit, but with temples that were swallowed by ice, by ocean, by institutional forgetting. The deeper we dig, the stranger it becomes. Göbekli Tepe, buried on purpose, not abandoned, but entombed, as if someone wanted it hidden, not lost. The Eye of the Sahara, once dismissed as a natural formation, now whispering the same concentric rings described by Plato, a shape too precise to be coincidence, too ignored to be comfortable. And what of the structures beneath the sea, off the coasts of Japan, India, Cuba, their sharp edges and step-like designs sitting beneath sediment that predates the pharaohs? Why are these not spoken of? When confronted by the inconvenient stone, this documentary is not a collection of facts. It is a descent, a return, not into fantasy, but into what once was sacred and is now forbidden. The flood myths of Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, Mesoamerica, they do not contradict. They speak of a golden age, of cities that glowed, of temples that vibrated with sound and light. A sudden freeze, a comet, a mystery. But in the bones of myth, it was the deluge, the great forgetting, but a poor mimicry of something our ancestors once touched and then lost. Temples were not just places of worship. They were memory chambers, harmonic devices, calendars that tracked not just the sun and moon, but epochs' vast wheels of time beyond our imagination. And now, most of them are ruins. But what if they are? Its tombstones. The Sphinx stares east, not just toward the sun, but toward an age it remembers. And yet the Sphinx shows erosion, consistent not with sand, but with rain. Torrential, sustained, the kind of rain Egypt has not seen for over 10,000 years. How is that possible? This is the fracture point. This is where the descent begins. Not in speculation, but in pattern. Too many temples, too many alignments, too much precision, too early, too often, at all. What if it loops? What if it resets? What if civilization is not a staircase, but a spiral? And what we call ancient is not ancient enough. The pre-flood world, the antediluvian epoch, whispers to us from its shattered bones, in megaliths too heavy to move. In that persistent dream that something isn't quite right, that the world is older than it seems, and that somewhere, beneath everything, a truth still pulses, not in books, but in blood. So let us descend. Let us remember. Let us walk through dust and echo and silence. We are not discovering history. We are recovering memory. And if we listen carefully, we may hear what the flood could not wash away, the sound of a world that once was. They left behind echoes, stone, aligned to stars, glyphs pulsing with patterns not yet understood, and ruins everywhere. Ruins too advanced to be beginnings, and too forgotten to be recent. There are places in the world where history holds its breath, where researchers go silent and textbooks turn the page too quickly, where carbon dating is discarded, and where the simplest answer is that we were not the first. Consider the Assyrian at Abydos in Egypt, sunken into the bedrock. Its granite blocks bear no inscriptions, no pharaoh's claim, no mythic boast, just stillness. Massive stone, precision cut, older than the temple that surrounds it, older, perhaps, than the dynasties that rewrote Egypt's story in their own image. Who built it? Why is it subterranean? And why does it resemble the foundations of temples across the sea, in places the ancient Egyptians were never meant to know? And then there is Tiahuanaco, in Bolivia, at 12,500 feet above sea level, stands a complex of ruins, older than the Inca, older than language, some say. Stone blocks with interlocking joints, so precise, not even a razor fits between them. Andesite blocks weighing 100 tons, lifted, transported, placed, by a people we don't name because we do not remember. But memory does not vanish, it sleeps. In temples that hum with forgotten purpose, in petroglyphs that map the stars as they were 12,000 years ago, in flood stories that begin not with water, but with fire, a sky torn open, a warning ignored. From Atlantis to Zep-Tepi, from the Popol Vuh to the Book of Enoch, from the Vishnu Purana to the pyramid texts, the same pattern emerges, a time before, a fall, and a remnant left behind to carry forward something sacred. The temples were never meant to survive. They were meant to remember. They were built to last. Not decades, not centuries, but ages. Not for tourists, but for memory itself. A stone is not just a stone when it faces Orion and hums at 432 hertz and casts a shadow only on the solstice and mirrors the inner chamber of the human brain. That is not architecture, that is transmission. And we've been listening with broken instruments because we believe in progress. We ignore the spiral. Because we fear chaos, we delete the flood. Because we worship reason, we bury the divine. But it rises through cracks in academia, through dreams that feel like déjà vu, through stones that do not erode. The temples call us not with voices, but with patterns, not with doctrine, but with vibration. And if we let go of the need to prove, we might finally begin to feel. The builders of the pre-flood world did not vanish. They became myth, they became symbol, And their message is written in alignment, in proportion, in sacred space. We lost the language, but the grammar of the gods still stands. So when we enter this story, we are not excavating dirt. We are excavating amnesia. Each chapter that follows is not just a place, it is a wound, a silence. Maybe they were lungs, breathing the memory of a world before the flood. Or maybe they were mirrors, reflecting what we've become. A civilization with technology, but no wisdom. With memory, but no soul. But if these temples remember, the temple that rewrote time, Göbekli Tepe, time is not what we think it is. It doesn't move in straight lines. It folds, it forgets, it lies. And sometimes it's rewritten. Against dry grass and the soil sleeps shallow. A temple awoke from beneath the ground, not by choice, but by accident. Göbekli Tepe. A name now whispered across the archaeological world, but still unknown to most. A wound in the official timeline. An orphan of civilization, discovered not by theory, but by chance. By a farmer's plow, catching on something solid, not stone, but memory. And when the dust was pulled away, what rose from beneath the earth should not have existed. Massive, T-shaped pillars, carved with animals not for survival, but for symbolism. Foxes, snakes, lions, cranes, spirals. This was not a shelter. It was a statement, 12,000 years old. That is not an estimate. That is the carbon date, 10,000 BCE, before writing, before pottery, before agriculture. Or so we thought. Because, according to every textbook, temples came after farming. Religion followed cities. Myth followed surplus. But Göbekli Tepe was built by people who, we are told, were still hunters, nomads, wandering tribes, dragging spears. Behind them, just beginning to tame seeds and sheep. And yet they carved pillars with precision, with balance, with alignment to the stars. They carved as if they remembered something. As if the act of carving itself was an act of defiance against a forgetting that had already begun. And then they buried it, intentionally, carefully, layer upon layer of fill, stone tools, broken bones, dust. Who hides a temple beneath the earth? Who seals a sacred site, not with rubble, but with ritual? What if Göbekli Tepe is not the beginning of something new, but the final breath of something ancient? A last attempt to preserve a sacred pattern before the flood came, before the cataclysm erased what could not be carried forward. It's not just the age, it's the sophistication, the precision of the carving, the absence of dwellings, the fact that it was built not near water, but on high ground, as if watching the sky was more important than drinking from the earth. These people were not surviving. They were remembering. Every ring of stones, each concentric circle, a spiral of symbols, pointing inward and upward at once, toward the soul, toward the stars. The carvings are not random. They echo constellations. The vulture stone, Pillar 43, may mark a cosmic event, a comet, a warning, 12,800 years ago, just as the Younger Dryas began, the sudden freeze, the global trauma, the event that reset everything. And there, carved into stone, a symbol of a bird carrying an orb, not mythology, but astronomy. As if they saw it happen, as if they wanted us to see it again. But we didn't. We forgot. We paved over the past and called it progress until the ground cracked open and reminded us. Because Göbekli Tepe doesn't fit. It doesn't belong to the world we thought existed. It doesn't belong to the humans we thought we were. And that is why it matters. because when one fact undoes the whole story, what else begins to unravel? If temples came before farming, what else came before civilization? If memory is older than myth, then what myth still hides memory? What if the builders of Göbekli Tepe weren't inventing a new way of life? They were preserving an old one not born in mud huts, but remembered from ziggurats now drowned. One passed down not in DNA, but in stone circles and solar alignments. And when the final chapter of that age came, they didn't run, they didn't burn, they buried, not in fear, but in reverence, like sealing a message for the future, waiting for those with the eyes to see and the courage to ask what no scholar dares. What else have we mistaken for the beginning that was really the end? Then we descend deeper. Göbekli Tepe is not alone. It is not an isolated marvel, it is a signal flare, and like all ancient signals, it speaks in geometry, silence, and contradiction. Just a few hundred miles away lies Karahan Tepe, its twin in age, but different in intention. Their buried phallic pillars rise from the bedrock, a subterranean womb carved into limestone, sacred, strange, unsettling. And the further we look, the more we find. Tepe after tepe, Sefer, Tepe, Navali Kori K-In, a network, a culture, a vanished blueprint. Yet still we call them hunter-gatherers. Still we say they had no hierarchy, no writing, no mathematics, no cosmology, but their temples face the stars, their glyphs echo the constellations, their layouts remember solstice and equinox, precession and time beyond the memory of kings. This is not coincidence. This is a forgotten intelligence, one that did not rise, but survived, an echo of a world that once was, and perhaps feared it would be lost. Why else bury it? Why spend centuries carving stone into code, only to fold it back into the earth? Who fears forgetting so deeply that they build with eternity in mind? Göbekli Tepe stands as the great interruption, a punctuation mark in the myth of linear progress. It breaks the chain of invention. It breaks the illusion that our ancestors were ignorant. It breaks the silence, but its voice is subtle, not a shout, but a murmur, a whisper beneath soil, beneath textbooks, beneath doubt. It asks, if this was built before civilization, then what was civilization really built upon? It shows us a truth we are not ready to hold, that the ancients were not becoming human. They were remembering being something more. We speak of progress, but what if we are descending, not ascending? What if the knowledge that aligned stone to starlight was not primitive magic, but a science so sacred it could only be spoken in symbols? What if language was once vibration? What if temples were instruments? What if memory itself was once architectural? We build for function, they built for resonance. We construct walls, they carved portals. We bury the past in books. They buried it in stone, because they knew stone cannot be erased, only forgotten until it rises, until the wind changes, until we, too, begin to remember. The temple at Göbekli Tepe is not finished. Only 5% of it has been uncovered. The rest lies under the hill, as if still dreaming, and yet, already it has rewritten the map. It has shattered the clean lines of the Neolithic Revolution. It has turned myth into mirror, and it has whispered something terrifying, that we are the ones with amnesia, that we are the ones who fell, and that, deep beneath the crust of forgetting, Our ancestors still speak in symbols, in circles, in stone. We are taught to see the past as behind us. But what if it is beneath us? What if the future depends on remembering not just who we are, but what we once were? So when you see Göbekli Tepe, do not see a temple. See a time capsule. See a keystone of a vanished age. See a door and ask yourself, what else lies buried, waiting for the world to break open once again? The unfinished temples of Baalbek. There are places where stone speaks louder than time, where the weight of memory is carved not in stories, but in silence, in mass, in defiance, and in Lebanon, high upon a plateau where the mountains whisper of ancient kings and gods. There is such a place. They call it Baalbek, but what they call it doesn't matter. Names are given by those who forget. Stone remembers differently. Here, time folds upon itself. Roman columns reach for the sky, elegant, familiar, imperial. But beneath them lies something deeper, something older, something that refuses to fit. 3 stones, laid side by side, each over 800 tons, not rolled, not dragged, not lifted by any known method, the Trilithon. They sit beneath the temple of Jupiter, like bones beneath a corpse. And they don't belong, because the Romans, engineers of aqueducts, roads, empires, never moved stones this size anywhere else, because no quarry in their records, no tool in their arsenal, no theory in their textbooks explains how these stones were set, not aligned, not balanced, fused. The seams between them are so perfect you'd think they grew from the mountain itself, and perhaps they did, but not in the way we understand, because here is where the suspicion begins. Not with what was built, but with what was built upon. History stacks itself like ruins, layer upon layer, each civilization claiming the last, each king inscribing his name upon stones he did not place, each empire rewriting the story, but not the foundation. And so Baalbek becomes a palimpsest, a sacred text overwritten by those who never read the original. The Romans built a temple, yes, but they built it upon something they did not understand, as if trying to awaken a sleeping god, or borrow the majesty of a forgotten force. Even the name speaks in echoes. Baalbek, lord of the Baal, the ancient storm god, the sky father who fell. But who was he before he was myth? Who were the lords that carved the Trilithon? And why is this not the only place where the ground bears the weight of something inexplicable? Across the world, from Cusco to Giza, from Petra to non-metal, we see the same pattern: precision stonework with no known tools, foundations with no names, blocks so large they defy not just physics, but history itself. We are told these are coincidences, that these cultures never met, that similarity is accident. But accident does not cut stone against the grain and leave no chisel marks. Accident does not align structures to the solstice, to the galactic center, to the pulse of the earth. Accident does not build Baalbek. And so we are left with questions that refuse to decay. How were the Trilithon stones moved? Why are they unfinished? Monoliths still in the quarry, as if the builders simply vanished mid-sentence. One of them, the stone of the pregnant woman, weighs over 1,000 tons, perfectly cut, still attached to bedrock, as if waiting for a hand that never returned. Start something that cannot be finished, unless finishing it was never the goal. Unless these stones were not meant to be temples, but relics, messages, beacons, not for gods, not for kings, but for memory. And why then do empires always build atop them? Why did Rome choose this site, so far from their heartland, to build their grandest temple? Why did they not quarry new stone? Why reuse what they could never reproduce? Unless they too sensed something sacred beneath their sandals, unless they too feared what had been lost. The deeper one digs into Baalbek, the more impossible it becomes. And yet the official story remains silent. Roman, they say, but the stones say otherwise, not because they whisper, but because they weigh, because they endure, because they shouldn't be there, but are. There is a reason these blocks were never moved again, a reason no civilization has dared to repeat what was done beneath Baalbek. It is not just the weight, it is the knowing. The Trilithon stones do not belong to recorded time. They belong to the rupture before it, to the shadow before the flood, to the ones we do not name because we no longer remember how, and yet they were remembered, not in words, but in reverence. Across Mesopotamia, the oldest myths speak of great platforms of the gods, landing places, thrones of fire and thunder, built in stone, but lived in light. The Epic of Gilgamesh speaks of cedar forests and skyborne chambers. Sumerian texts name the Ekur, the house which is like a mountain. And Baalbek before Rome, before Greeks, was known to Phoenicians as Heliopolis, the city of the sun. But what sun did they worship here? Not just the one in the sky, the one that rose before history, before calendars, before the gods were cast in human form. At Baalbek, we are standing not on a temple, but on a wound, a fracture in the story of time. Because if this foundation is pre-Roman, pre-Babylonian, pre-Sumerian, then who were they? Who carved like this? Who lifted like this? Who knew like this? And more importantly, why did they stop? What silence fell so suddenly that tools were dropped mid-cut, that monoliths were left untouched for millennia? The unfinished stones tell us something vital, that there was a plan, a knowing, that was never completed, and perhaps was never meant to be, because in every civilization that follows, we see echoes but never answers. Egypt mimicked scale. The Maya mimicked alignment. Rome mimicked grandeur, but none could touch the core. None could remake the stone itself. Because they didn't build from memory. They built from ambition. Only the original builders remembered the weight, the pressure, the resonance of mass and meaning. They weren't just stacking stones. They were balancing forces, not for utility, for alignment, for echo, for return. So what if Baalbek is not a mystery of engineering, but of warning? What if the unfinished quarry stones are not evidence of failure, but of something else, of interruption, of erasure, of a silence we were never meant to break, because every stone left behind speaks. And what they say is this: we were here, we remembered, we built for what would come next, not for you, but for what you forgot. And so we are left with a temple that no one finished, a foundation that predates the gods we gave it to, a stone that should not be, but is. And like all ancient echoes, Baalbek does not offer us answers. It offers us a question. If this is what remains, what was lost? Eridu, the first city, or the last? Long before pyramids pierced the skies, before kings drew lines on sand and called it a kingdom, Before writing carved memory into clay, there was Eridu, the first city. That's what they called it. In the tablets baked by the fires of Sumer, the scribes wrote, "Kingship descended from heaven." It was first in Eridu. But when something is called first, what does it really mean? First remembered, first permitted, or the last echo of something even older, spoken through the mouths of those who barely survived the fall. Because beneath the dry winds of southern Mesopotamia, in a land once kissed by rivers that no longer run, Eridu rests like a fossil, not of beginnings, but of endings. A ziggurat crumbles, its tiers collapsed, worn by time, swallowed by the dust. But when we step closer, when we look beneath the crumbled bricks, the foundation does not align with the city. It aligns with the stars, not the stars we know today, but their positions thousands of years ago, aligned to Orion, to Sirius, to precession cycles, as if it remembered a sky that no longer exists. And yet archaeologists call it primitive, early, the start of things. But there is nothing early about Eridu. Its temple to Enki, god of the deep, keeper of forbidden knowledge, was rebuilt 17 times, 17 layers, 17 restorations, not just across generations, across ages. Who rebuilds a temple 17 times on the same spot, unless the spot matters more than the structure, unless what's beneath it is not just sacred, but eternal? They say Eridu was the city of Enki, the one who brought language, mathematics, irrigation, and rebellion. In the Sumerian creation story, Enki defied the higher gods to save humanity from a flood. Why would a god do that? Unless he remembered something worth saving. Unless Eridu wasn't the first city of men, but the last outpost of gods. And if that is true, then we must ask, who built the first version of Eridu? Because the city appears fully formed in the record. There is no slow evolution, no transition from village to city. One day it wasn't there, then it was, with walls, with water channels, with a ziggurat aligned to the heavens, like a memory dropped into the dust. And then there's the legend of the Abzu, the subterranean ocean beneath the temple of Enki. Sumerians believed it held the divine waters of wisdom, a gateway to the underworld, a place where the gods emerged and where they returned. Beneath Eridu, they believed, was the origin of all life. And perhaps they were right, not symbolically, but literally. What if the temple was built atop something else, something older than even their myths? A ruin beneath the ruin, a capital of a world before the flood, before history, before language remembered how to speak, because the farther back we look into the architecture of Eridu, the more we see signs not of invention, but memory. A memory struggling to survive, to rebuild, to preserve. Eridu may have been Sumer's first city, but it was not naive. Its geometry is precise. Its proportions match temples in far older places. Its myths parallel those from lands it supposedly never contacted. Why does Enki, god of fresh waters and deep knowledge, mirror Ea of Babylon, Ptah of Egypt, Oannes of the Babylonians, and even Viracocha of the Andes? Gods who emerge from the sea, teach humanity, then vanish. Same archetype, same sequence, different names. What if they weren't separate? What if they were fragments, splinters of the same story, told again and again in 1,000 tongues to keep one truth alive? A truth buried under temples, buried under cities, buried under the illusion of beginnings, because sometimes the first chapter is not where the story starts. It's just the only page that survived the fire. Eridu may be that page, charred, weathered, but still whispering, still aligned, still pointing at a past that refuses to vanish completely. And in the ziggurat's silent stones, in the water channels that once flowed like veins through the city, we hear the pulse of something older, a hum, a presence, not of progress, but of warning, because Eridu is not just where kingship began, it may be where memory began again. If Eridu remembered something, then what was it trying to forget? Civilizations don't rebuild temples 17 times unless they are guarding something. Not just architecture, not just gods, but memory. A memory that survived through ritual, through symbol, through sacred alignment. And the further we travel into this memory, the less it looks like invention, and the more it looks like inheritance. Consider this. The Sumerians claimed they did not invent their knowledge, they received it from the Apkallu, 7 sages who came from the sea, bearded, cloaked in fish skin, holding tablets of destiny. The Apkallu taught them how to write, how to build, how to govern. 7 teachers, 7 builders, 7 echoes of an age that fell into the flood, and Eridu was where they descended. Eridu was their cradle, or perhaps their grave. But even this myth is not unique. India tells of the Sapta Rishi, 7 sages who emerged after cataclysm. Mesoamerica speaks of gods who brought maize and mathematics from across the sea. Egypt remembers Thoth, god of wisdom, who brought the book of coming forth by day from a sunken land to the Nile, across oceans, continents, and eras. The same pattern flickers through the ruins. There were those who remembered, and they left markers, breadcrumbs, temples of time, to guide the sleepers back through the fog. And Eridu may be their compass, because it is not just a city. It is a statement, a declaration in clay and fire. We were here, we endured, we begin again. But what if that beginning was not ours? What if we are not the children of invention, but the children of collapse? Eridu's bricks are worn by more than wind. They are worn by forgetting, by the erosion of meaning across ages. Its ziggurat, tiered like a mountain, is not a stairway up, but a memory of descent, from heaven to earth, from light to stone, from knowing to surviving. And the deeper we excavate, the more the lines blur between archaeology and theology, between foundation and prophecy. Because if Eridu was built atop the bones of a forgotten world, then the ziggurat is not a symbol of human ascent. It is a marker of divine descent, and we, the inheritors, are walking upon the last breath of a civilization that did not vanish, but was sealed in mud, in flood, in myth. And if the Sumerians remembered them, we must ask who came before. Whose stones did the Apkallu kneel upon? Whose knowledge did Enki preserve in the Abzu? We will never find their names on tablets. We will never see their kings on murals, but we feel them in the symmetry, in the silence, in the way the oldest cities appear not as the roots, but as the ruins of something more perfect, more aligned, more whole. What if history is not a ladder, but a spiral, and what we call early is only the aftermath of a memory trying to stand again? Eridu, not the first city, just the last one that remembered how to begin. Temples burned from memory, the Ubaid mystery. There are ruins the world remembers, and then there are those it tries to forget. Some sites are erased by time, others by intention, before Sumer, before kings etched law into clay, before temples rose like mountains to the gods, there was something else. The Ubaid. A people without a story. A culture without a name for itself. Only the label we gave them, dug from layers older than Mesopotamia's dawn, and deeper still, something we weren't meant to remember. What survives of them are fragments, homes of mud brick, tools of obsidian, and temples that don't fit. These aren't shrines to known gods. They are vast geometric structures, carefully built, but strangely empty, too symmetrical to be random, too undecorated to be for ceremony. They feel sterile, cold, as if devotion was replaced by function, and then the statues, not of men, not of beasts, but something in between. Long heads, almond eyes, scaled skin, slender limbs, arms cradling infants that look just like them. Not gods, not myths, but beings. Archaeologists call them lizard figurines, as if naming the shape makes the presence less uncanny. But look into their eyes, long slanted, unblinking, and something stirs in the marrow. We are not looking at worship. We are looking at memory. The Ubaid didn't carve gods. They carved what they saw, and what they saw did not belong. To this world, there is no inscription to explain them, no myth, no hymn, no story to ease the strangeness, just the statues and the temples that held them. One such site, Tel al-Ubad, once housed a great temple, but by the time it was uncovered, its bones were fractured, foundations twisted, walls scorched, as if something didn't just collapse, but was intentionally dismantled, destroyed, not forgotten, erased. And yet the statues remained, dozens of them buried face down in ash and silence, some still clutching their children, others arranged as if in ritual. But ritual to what? No known deity, no matching style in later Sumerian pantheons, no evolution from earlier to later forms. The Ubaid figures emerge fully formed and then vanish. No transition, no adaptation, no inheritance, like a flame that flared once in the dark and was stamped out. Modern minds bend to dismiss. Stylized art, they say, symbolic abstraction. But symbolism requires reference. These shapes have none. There is no cultural link, no parallel iconography, just the raw unease of something that doesn't fit, and that, perhaps, is the point. What if they don't fit because they were never meant to? What if the Ubaid were not designing a faith, but recording a fact? What if their temples were not temples at all, but dwellings, landing places, houses of memory? What if these were not gods, but visitors? And what if, long before Eridu was laid brick by brick, the Ubaid were already rebuilding something lost, not for themselves, but for them? It sounds impossible, but then the Ubaid themselves are impossible. They had irrigation before the wheel, multi-roomed homes in a time of supposed mud huts, ornamented pottery with no signs of agriculture to support artisans, temples but no cities, statues but no myths. It's like walking into a stage set after the actors have left. Props remain, but the meaning is gone. And maybe that's because the Ubaid weren't a beginning, but a residue, a cultural echo of something that came before the flood, before Sumer, before written time. And if that something was not human, then the erasure makes sense. Not a collapse, not a war, but a purge, a cleansing of memory so complete it left only questions. Statues in dust, temples without gods, children with lizard faces held in arms of baked clay. There is one more clue at the base of some statues. Offerings of serpents, coiled and charred, as if devotion or defiance. In ancient myth, the serpent is always a cipher. In Sumer, it is Ninjashida, lord of the underworld. In Egypt, it is Apet, the chaos serpent, devouring light. In Genesis, it is the whisperer of forbidden knowledge. But in the Ubaid, the serpent is neither god nor demon. It is kin, or perhaps master, because when you look at these statues, you don't feel reverence. You feel hierarchy, not love, obedience, not mythology, memory. And that is what unsettles most, not the idea that these beings existed, but that they were remembered long enough to be carved in detail, displayed in temples, buried in ritual, and then burned from memory. Because perhaps the most dangerous thing a civilization can do is remember something it wasn't meant to survive. The Ubad did not leave us stories, but they left something harder to ignore. Forms, faces, temples that didn't rise to the sky, but bowed toward something older. We were not the first to build, not the first to kneel, not the first to forget. And somewhere, in the buried eyes of those statues, a question waits. What were we remembering before we chose to forget? Angkor Wat and the lost calendar of the gods. Not all temples pray with incense and song. Some temples pray with silence, with alignment, with light, with stone that remembers what the sky has forgotten. Angkor Wat does not beg for heaven's favor. It reflects it, a city of towers mirrored in sacred water, a fortress of harmony carved from the jungle. But more than myth, more than empire, Angkor is memory in architecture, a language of time spoken in stone. Because this temple does not merely face the sun, it knows it. It turns with the solstices. It breathes with the equinoxes. It rises and falls with the rhythm of stars long dead. It is not just sacred. It is precise, too precise, more precise than it should be. Mainstream history dates Angkor's construction to the 12th century CE, a Hindu temple, a Khmer king, a marvel of medieval devotion. But buried beneath the accepted story is something older, deeper, impossible. Satellite scans show Angkor is not one temple. It is an entire celestial map. Its towers mirror the constellation Draco as it would have appeared not in 1100 AD, but in 10,500 BC. The layout of Angkor, when overlaid with the stars, does not speak to its builders. It speaks to a memory they inherited, a blueprint older than civilization itself. This date is no accident. 10,500 BC is a ghost on the edge of history. The date encoded at Giza, the date aligned, and the earth wept. Across cultures, this era is marked not by monuments, but by their absence, a calendar reset, a silence across stone. And yet, Angkor Wat speaks that date fluently. It remembers what was lost. It measures what no living eye saw, because Angkor is not a temple for gods. It is a calendar for survivors. The Khmer priests who maintained Angkor did not build it from fantasy. They maintained something they could not fully explain, like children tracing constellations they no longer understood. They kept the rhythm alive. Its central tower marks the equinox sun directly overhead. Its causeways align with lunar cycles. Its bas-reliefs record not just epics, but astronomical data. This is not medieval engineering. This is ancestral memory, fossilized in architecture, and like many ruins that defy their timeline, Angkor carries whispers of a world undone. Flood myths echo across Southeast Asia, not as legends, but as warnings. In the Cambodian version of the flood, the gods do not simply punish, they reset. A world cleansed, rewritten, restarted, and in that retelling, Angkor is never named, but temples like it are said to rise from lotus seas, built by beings who walked between realms, devas, asuras, serpent gods, sky beings, star architects, and always a reckoning, a flood that washes clean the age of giants, leaving behind stone as the only witness. Even Angkor's name bears this weight. City of the capital. But whose capital? Not the Khmer's alone, because Angkor's layout predates the dynasty itself. The city is laid not for people, but for heaven. It stretches wider than function demands. Its canals do not just irrigate, they reflect the sky. Its towers do not just house worship, they mark time. This is not a king's vanity project. It is a machine of remembrance, and in its reflection pool, where the stars meet stone, you can almost see it. Not just a city in the jungle, but a reconstruction, a memory carried across cycles, rebuilt, realigned, remembered, not invented. Restored, the deeper we look, the stranger it becomes. The sandstone blocks, millions of them, transported from quarries 25 miles away. No wheels, no beasts of burden, no roads, just channels of water. As if the builders moved the stones by floatation. Sound. Water. Vibration where the stones sung into place. Was the temple itself tuned to the earth? Even today, Angkor hums. Not metaphorically, but geologically. Tectonic surveys detect magnetic anomalies, electromagnetic fields that pulse through its corridors. Angkor isn't dead. It breathes, and what it remembers may not be from our age at all, because across the world, temples like Angkor echo the same design. Teotihuacan, Giza, Cambodia, separate continents, identical alignments, as if they all inherited the same code, a cosmic algorithm left behind by those who came before the flood, before the reset, before we were taught to forget, and in each the same patterns, the precession of the equinox, the dance of Venus, the tilt of the Earth's axis, tracked, measured, encoded in stone, not to worship the gods, to warn us of cycles, of floods, of forgetting. In Hindu cosmology, time is not linear, it is cyclical. Yugas, ages, kalpas, each civilization rises, only to fall again. Each golden age ends in water, and when it ends, the wise do not survive. In power, they survive in memory. Temples are not shelters, they are seeds, planted to outlive the storm, to guide the next awakening. And perhaps that's what Angkor truly is, a compass through the darkness, a relic from a prior sun, a calendar of gods, left for those who forgot they were divine. The jungle tried to claim it, the vines wrapped around its stone ribs, the roots split its sacred towers. But Angkor would not die, because memory, once carved in truth, cannot be killed, only buried, and the temple waits, silent, watching. its shadow stretching over centuries, not a monument to gods, but a map to what we once knew. Maybe we didn't build Angkor to glorify heaven. Maybe we built it to survive it. Maybe it was never a beginning. Maybe it was a warning, in stone, in time, split in light. And if it remembers what we forgot, what else lies beneath the jungle, still whispering the songs of stars? Drowned temples of Dwarka. They say the ocean never forgets. It does not bury, it preserves, not in clarity, but in silence, not in pages, but in pressure. What it takes, it keeps, and deep beneath the waves of the Arabian Sea, something stirs, not a shipwreck, not a ruin, a memory, a forgotten city that shouldn't exist. A temple once praised in myth, now pulsing in sonar. They call it Dwarka. Dwarka, the celestial city of Krishna, a place once said to glow like a second sun, a city of gods, of gold, of miracles, a city that vanished beneath the waves in a single night. To the believer, it was divine. To the historian, it was a story, a poem, a metaphor, a cultural dream. But the ocean whispers otherwise, because off the coast of Gujarat, near the modern town that still bears the name, scientists found something. Sonar scans revealed long rectilinear formations, stone blocks laid in deliberate patterns, steps descending nowhere, walls without roofs, foundations without homes. They lie beneath 120 feet of sea, covered in silt, guarded by salt and time, too deep for a civilization that should not have had the tools to build them. But they are there, and they are old. Marine archaeologist S.R. Rowe, a respected figure, not a fringe theorist, believed this to be the legendary city described in the Mahabharata. He led underwater excavations in the Gulf of Kamhan. What he found shook the timeline of Indian history: pottery, sculptures, wood samples, carbon dated to over 9,000 years ago, not 1500 BCE, as traditional scholars claim, but 7,500 BCE, older than the pyramids, older than Sumer, older than memory itself. And if this was truly Dwarka, then the myths were not myths. They were records. The Mahabharata does not describe a primitive city. It speaks of palaces made of crystal, flying chariots, mechanical gates that opened with thought, and towers that shimmered like moonlight. Modern ears dismiss these as embellishments. But what if they are echoes, not of fantasy, but of forgotten technology, a civilization not lost to ignorance, but to water? Because Krishna does not die in fire, he departs. And as he leaves, his city is swallowed by the ocean, a great flood, a sudden surge, a reset. Sonar found the bones. Consider the symbolism. Dwarka was said to be built in 12 yoke, a sacred measurement also used in describing Rama's bridge. Another structure dismissed as legend until satellite imagery revealed a shoal linking India to Sri Lanka. We are not chasing fiction. We are uncovering misremembered truth, because from the Andes to Angkor, from Sumer to Sundaland, the oldest temples often lie below the sea. Why? Because the flood myth is not local, it is universal. And Dwarka may be one of the few that left a trail. Even modern Indian scholars remain cautious. To accept Dwarka as real is to unravel the official narrative. It shifts the cradle of civilization east and far earlier. It questions why the sea levels rose so suddenly, why myths agree on a deluge, Why memory keeps drowning in the same patterns. The tectonic plates beneath the Indian subcontinent are not still. They shift, they crack. Ancient riverbeds disappear. Entire cities sink into the sea. Was Dwarka a casualty of this movement, or something more cosmic? The Mahabharata speaks of weapons that shook the heavens, blinding lights, deafening roars. A war not of bronze, but of stars. Could the destruction of Dwarka have been unnatural, a self-inflicted forgetting? When divers explored the site, they found steps carved into stone platforms, chiseled columns, geometric layouts, too precise for randomness, aligned with the cardinal directions, just like Giza, just like Teotihuacan, just like Angkor. Again, the pattern. Again, the fingerprint, that no skeletal remains, just the bones of something before memory. A silence that feels engineered, as if someone or something wanted it forgotten. The temples of Dwarka were not built in a vacuum. They were part of a network, a web of sacred cities tied to stars, water, and vibration. Some above ground, some below, some submerged, and all of them speak to a knowledge we no longer teach, that geometry is sacred, that stone remembers, that myth is instruction, not metaphor. These cities were not expressions of power. They were mechanisms of balance, anchors between heaven and earth, between breath and silence, between what was and what will be again. So why the lizard statues at Ubaid? Why the stars at Angkor? Why the Trilithon at Baalbek? Because they all point to the same story. A rise, a golden age, a fall, a flood, a whisper, a temple half buried, a stone too large, a city beneath the sea, like Dwarka. Waiting. If Dwarka is real, if it always was, then Krishna is not just myth, he is memory, a guide, a warning, a fragment of something once luminous, now shattered. And in every culture's God is the same archetype, a builder, a teacher, a keeper of laws, who departs, not in defeat, but in return. The God does not die, he withdraws, and the temple sinks, but the memory stays, encoded in flood myths, etched into sonar scans, told in whispers by the waves. The sea does not destroy, it stores. It is the last archive, and somewhere beneath its skin, the libraries of the first world wait. Not Atlantis, not Eden, something older, and Dwarka is its doorway. Maybe it didn't drown in a day. Maybe it was buried slowly, with each forgotten prayer, each erased myth, each time we said, that's just a story. Maybe the city didn't fall. We did, and the sea rose to cover our shame. But now we begin to remember, with machines that echo the dolphin's call, with divers who chase anomalies instead of treasure, with eyes that see ruins in what once looked like coral, and somewhere below the blue silt, the last temple breathes, not waiting to be found, but waiting to be understood. Dwarka was not the end. It was not even the beginning. It was one page in a longer scroll, a sentence in a language we are just learning to read. And if it truly sang once with light and sound and spirit, then the next city is still out there, waiting, calling, drowned, but not dead, because the gods don't vanish. They sink and they dream. The alignment codes, why temples face the stars. They say the gods came from the sky, but perhaps they didn't come from the stars. Perhaps they are the stars. not as distant suns, but as ancient instructions, as memory maps written in celestial fire. Because across continents, across oceans, across languages now lost, temples rise with a strange precision. They face east, or align with solstices, or aim their stone corridors at Sirius, Orion's belt, or the precession of the equinoxes. Civilizations supposedly isolated from one another, all watching the same heavens, all carving the same gods into stone, and all pointing their most sacred structures to the same points in the sky. Why? Because something once taught them to look up. Göbekli Tepe, 12,000 years old, a temple older than the wheel, older than writing, older than agriculture itself. Its T-shaped pillars do not simply mark space. They mirror constellations. They face stellar gates. One enclosure, D, is believed to align with the rising of Sirius around 10,500 BCE. The builders were not farmers. They were sky readers. And if the stars were their gods, then the temples were antennas, fixed points for tuning memory through time. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza was not randomly oriented. Its four faces align within 3/60ths of a degree, to true north. Its shafts, narrow corridors through stone, point not to rooms, but to stars. One faces Orion's belt, another Sirius, another Thuban, the pole star from thousands of years ago. And at dawn on the winter solstice, the sun rises directly between the paws of the Sphinx, facing east, facing the age of Leo. This is not architecture. This is encoded ritual, as if the earth itself was taught to remember the heavens. At Angkor Wat in Cambodia, the central tower rises in perfect proportion to the sun's journey. Its corridors trace the solstices. Its reflection pool mimics the Milky Way. From the air, the layout resembles Draco, the dragon constellation, the same one venerated in Chinese myth, Hindu astronomy, and Mayan records. Even Stonehenge, once dismissed as a pile of rocks, marks both summer and winter solstices with uncanny precision. And its bluestones were carried from Wales, nearly 150 miles away, not for utility, but for something sacred. Because across all these structures, the question returns: how did they know? The official timeline says the wheel came before the star chart. That sedentary life gave birth to math, astronomy, and cosmic lore. But what if it was the reverse? What if a celestial understanding came before civilization? What if the sky was the first teacher, and the temples were built not as places to live, but as places to remember, places to anchor a pre-human knowledge that did not rise with culture, but survived its fall? The Dogon of Mali speak of Sirius B, a star invisible to the naked eye, only confirmed by telescopes in the 20th century. They say their ancestors were taught by beings from Sirius, Namo amphibious teachers who came from the sky and left behind laws, language, and vibration, too strange to be real, too precise to be ignored. In Mexico, Teotihuacan's layout mirrors the Orion constellation. So does the Assyrian in Abydos. So do the pyramids in Xi'an, China. The same stars, the same codes, the same obsession. Not coincidence, not copycat memory. But it wasn't just the stars they followed. It was time. The temples track equinoxes, solstices, lunar standstills. The Maya knew the Venus cycle with a precision modern astronomy only recently confirmed. Their temples were not randomly placed. They were anchored in time, aligned to sunrises that only happen once every 72 years, to eclipses that repeat in 18-year cycles, to precession shifts that take 26,000 years to unfold. Who thinks in these spans? Who builds in generations they will never see, unless they are not building forward? They are building back, reconstructing something they once knew and were told never to forget. These were not places of worship. They were not homes for gods. They were instruments, calendrical machines, vibrational codices, maps to epochs, long erased by flood, fire, and empire. Temples were not born of civilization. Civilization was born of temples. They were the seeds, anchors, in stone, memory in geometry, cosmic software encoded in limestone and basalt, and each alignment, each corridor, each angle, each shadow was not just spiritual, it was mechanical, like a key turning in time. But the keyholes no longer fit. We've changed the locks. We stare at these alignments and call them symbolic. We forget they once had function to tune the soul, to harmonize with the planet, to mark the return of something greater than kings or nations. We think of gods as myth, but in every myth is a map, and every map points up to Orion, to Sirius, to the Pleiades, the same stars, always. Why? What are we being asked to remember? The Hopi call them Kashinas. The Egyptians called them Neteru. The Sumerians called them Anina. All beings tied to stars, to instruction, to something lost. They did not ask to be worshipped. They asked to be remembered. And the temples were their beacons. So why align to Orion? Why track Sirius across 10,000 years? Because that is where they said they would return from, and temples are how we wait. What if we are not the architects? What if we are just the caretakers of ancient blueprints? What if every civilization is not inventing, but recovering? And each alignment is not superstition, but protocol, instructions for a kind of cosmic dialogue we've long since stopped hearing. The stars are still moving, the solstice still comes, but the temples are broken. The code is fractured, and we no longer know how to listen. The ancients did not build randomly. They built for eternity. They built for alignments that outlived them, because they were not serving time, they were serving truth. And in every fallen column, every buried plinth, every misaligned gate swallowed by jungle or desert, something still pulses, a hum beneath the ruin, waiting for the sky to shift again. The stars are not far. They're encoded in stone, and the gods never left. We simply forgot where to look, because the answers were never buried. They were aligned. Puma Punku, the puzzle no one can solve. There are places where time forgets how to flow, where stone no longer erodes, but resists, where the wind whispers, not through ruins, but through riddles, where even silence feels engineered. Is one such place, high in the Bolivian Andes, where clouds pass like ghosts, and the air tastes thin with memory, lies a temple too advanced for history, and too broken for comfort. Not broken by time, but by something else, by force, by flood, by a forgetting dot. We call it a ruin, but what if it was a warning? There is no mortar, no binding agent, and yet the megaliths of Puma Punku fit together with such impossible precision that not even a razor blade can pass between their seams. Massive blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, lie strewn across the plateau. shattered, tilted, as if thrown by something more than wind or erosion. Many were carved with perfectly straight grooves, notched at mathematically precise 90-degree angles, like interlocking cosmic keys. And yet, this site predates the Inca, predates iron, predates the wheel, so who carved these impossible geometries? And with what? Mainstream answers stammer and stall. Some suggest obsidian tools, others whisper trial and error. But the stone laughs back, because what lies at Puma Punku is not primitive, it is calculated. H-blocks litter the site, stones, shaped like the letter H from an aerial view, each with identical measurements, repeatable, stackable, interlocking. This is not random. This is modular architecture, a system, each block a code in an ancient language of symmetry, as if the builders were assembling something far beyond a temple, something designed to last through cataclysm. But it didn't last, because something came, and shattered it. Andean legends speak of a time before time, a golden age, a sacred world ruled not by kings, but by Virakaka, a bearded figure from across the sea, who emerged after the Great Flood and brought light to the Andes. He taught the people, he carved the stones, he built the temples. But when his mission ended, he vanished into the west, and what he left behind was destroyed. The flood came not once, but many times, they say. Waves that swallowed mountains, fire that fell from the sky, and the gods who had walked among them, gone. Puma Punku does not tell us a story, it remembers one. Each jagged edge and shattered slab is part of a map, not of space, but of trauma. The stones were not ruined by weather, they were thrown, as if by an impact, or by vibration, displaced, as though something tore the temple from its axis. Many of the stones are made of diorite, a rock so hard that only diamond can cut it. Yet the surfaces are flat, the grooves are perfect, tool marks are absent. Some even suggest laser-level smoothness, not spiritual metaphor, literal, measurable, industrial-grade smoothness, the kind our machines struggle to achieve even now. So we ask again, who carved this? Who moved these stones? Who designed a ruin that no one can reconstruct? If the Inca inherited it, they did not understand it. Their own traditions say Puma Punku came before them, built in the age of the first gods, and broken in their fall. And yet something of it remains, a hum beneath the ruin, a code that resists time, a fingerprint too vast to erase. Some believe Puma Punku was a port, a harbor temple for a great inland sea, a sea that no longer exists, if true. This means a radical shift in Earth's hydrology and a reversal in what we think of as continental memory. Could the Andes have once held more water? Was the altitude different? Was the sky closer? Geological evidence suggests the Tiahuanaco region near Puma Punku was once at sea level. Now it sits at 12,000 feet. Was this the aftermath of tectonic upheaval, or something more sudden, a planetary scar? And if Puma Punku is a scar, then what wounded it? Flood myths echo across the Andes like distant thunder, torrents that rose from nowhere, stars that fell, mountains that wept molten tears. The Emira people recall gods who punished the arrogance of early men by destroying their works in a single, violent moment. Some say this was 10,000 years ago. Others say it was before even memory could remember, but the stones do, and they still remember being lifted, placed, and then broken. What kind of civilization would use prefabricated stone modules at 12,000 feet above sea level? What kind of mind thinks in terms of vibrational alignment, geometry, and seismic durability? This is not religion. This is technology disguised as myth, a language of angles, a prayer in mass and measurement, a resonance frozen in fracture. And it raises a deeper question. Was Puma Punku built before the catastrophe, or because of it? Because sometimes temples are not made for worship. Sometimes they are made to withstand, to preserve something that the sky once whispered and the stars once knew. Perhaps Puma Punku was a kind of memory vault, a receiver, or even a generator. Some researchers point to the magnetic anomalies in the region, to the precision of its latitude, to possible piezoelectric effects in the stone. It could have been a power source, or a vibration chamber, or something we no longer have words for, because the words were shattered along with the temple. Modernity sees a ruin. The initiated see a mechanism, a broken one. Yes, but not unrecognizable, because the human soul remembers what the textbooks refuse. That once we knew how to shape stone with frequency. We knew how to lift with sound. We knew how to align with sky and earth as one whole circuit. And Puma Punku is not a failure of the past. It is the ghost of a success too, complete to be believed. We tell ourselves it's a mystery, but the real mystery is why we no longer ask the right questions, why we accept a version of history where this brilliance was accidental, where 100-ton stones were moved by ropes, where perfect geometry was done by guesswork, where the gods were only stories, but the stones say otherwise. They speak in silence. And that silence is becoming unbearable. What if Puma Punku is not a puzzle to be solved, but a code to be remembered? Not a failed project, but a surviving witness. What if the reason we can't recreate it is because we've forgotten who we are? The builders may be gone, but their echo is not. It's in the angles, the breaks, the shadows that fall exactly where they were meant to fall thousands of years ago, maybe. The real purpose of Puma Punku was not to build something eternal, but to leave behind a question that could not be answered until we were ready. A question carved in stone, shattered by cataclysm, and waiting in thin air for the memory to return. The Eye of the Sahara, Atlantis revisited. They say the past is buried beneath the sand. But what if some memories are too vast to hide? What if they do not sink, but stare back in the silent heart of the Sahara, where wind forgets to whisper, and even time seems to pause? A spiral of stone gazes skyward, vast, impossible, concentric, a wound in the earth's crust, or a fingerprint too ancient to name. They call it the Richet structure, a geologic anomaly, a collapsed dome, a curiosity. But to those who still listen with myth in their bones, it may be something far more. A circle not broken, but erased. A memory too loud to vanish completely. Atlantis, not the crystal domes of fantasy, nor the seafaring utopias of cartoons, but the echo behind the oldest warning ever spoken. The memory Plato left behind not as fiction, but as a riddle. He told us of a great empire, a mighty island, ringed by alternating bands of water and land, 3 concentric circles, mountains to the north, an ocean to the west, an entrance from the south. He told us the dimensions, the sacred proportions, the temple of Poseidon at its heart. And then the flood, not a myth, a reckoning. And here, in Mauritania, carved into the bones of the earth, the same dimensions, the same rings, the same sacred silence. This is not proof, this is not claim, this is suggestion. A quiet suspicion that grows louder the longer you stare, because the eye of the Sahara does not look natural. It looks remembered, 30 miles across, a perfect circle in a desert of chaos. Satellite images reveal what the wind hides: patterns, order, intent. And beneath its weathered ridges, the whisper of ancient rivers, not dry channels, but submerged scars. Some say they once fed into the Atlantic. Before the shift, before the flood, Plato dated Atlantis to 9,000 years before Solon. That would place its fall around I-600 BC. Coincidence or precision? That same date marks the end of the Younger Dryas, a sudden global warming event, a cataclysm, the end of the Ice Age. Glaciers melted, oceans rose, myths were born. Every culture tells the same story, of a flood, of a civilization lost, of knowledge drowned and bloodlines scattered. They do not say once upon a time, they say before the waters came, and the eye of the Sahara. It sits where no water should flow, unless you remember what the earth used to look like: tilt the continents, drain the sea, rewind the climate. You begin to see not what is, but what was, a city ringed in stone, a sacred geometry, aligned not with fashion, but with forces. The outermost ring, almost perfectly, matches the diameter Plato gave. Its center sits on a natural spring, as he described. The mountains to the north, still visible, the entrance to the south. A gap in the structure. Coincidence, again. But this is the pattern of erasure. When something old is remembered, it is called a myth. When something old is mapped, it is called a mistake. When something old survives, it is called a coincidence. Atlantis was not just a place, it was a wound in memory. A story too dangerous to accept, because if it were true, what else have we forgotten? The Richet structure bears no ruins, number, columns, no statues. But must a city made before the flood leave behind monuments made of stone? What if its walls were washed away? What if its temples were not built of brick, but resonance? What if what remains is not debris, but blueprint, surrounding the strange formations? Geological, yes, but symmetrical, layered, like the residue of something engineered, like the bones of an idea, too massive to grasp and deep within. Local folklore, older than colonization, older than Islam, older than empires. There are whispers of a once great place swallowed by the sea, of golden cities, of gods who walked before the sun took its current path. And here's the fracture in the story. What if Atlantis wasn't near the sea when it fell? What if the sea came to it? There are models suppressed, dismissed, that show ancient riverways flowing westward from the Sahara to the Atlantic. There are marine fossils where no tide ever touches. There is salt. In the desert, something massive changed, suddenly, permanently, like a reset, or a cover-up. And perhaps that is why the eye still stares, because it was not built to be remembered. It was built to survive forgetting. A warning, not a monument. A map, not a myth. But then comes the deeper wound, the psychic erosion. If Atlantis truly existed, and we buried it under sand and doubt, What else have we learned to unsee? The eye watches. It does not blink, because it cannot. It was never meant to. And perhaps that is why, even without ruins, even without temples, we return to it with drones, with satellites, with ancient texts in one hand and forbidden questions in the other. Not to find answers, but to remember that we've already lost them once. The truth of Atlantis does not need to be proven. It needs to be remembered, because maybe we are not searching for a city. Maybe we are searching for the memory of who we were before the flood, the builders, the navigators, the ones who mapped the stars with stone, not just victims of catastrophe, but witnesses to cycles. And if the rigid structure is not Atlantis, then perhaps it is worse. Perhaps it is the tomb of something even older, something that gave birth to Atlantis itself, and was silenced long before the myth could form. We do not need to be certain. We only need to feel the echo, because it is not the sand that hides the truth. It is the silence we've inherited, and in the center of that eye, something waits, not to be discovered, but to be remembered. Beneath layers of wind-blasted stone and sediment older than our calendars, there lies no gold, no artifacts, no throne, only the shape of remembrance, geometries carved into bedrock that no tool should have touched, and still it hums, not in sound, but in sensation. Those who visit describe an unease they cannot explain, as if they are being watched by something buried, as if the earth remembers more than we do. Mainstream science writes it off as coincidence, a collapsed anticline, an uplifted dome. They chart its ridges, catalog its minerals, dismiss its symmetry, and yet they avoid the center for all the expeditions. No full-scale archaeological dig has ever been conducted at the eye's core. No ground-penetrating radar survey, no detailed excavation. Why? In a world that obsesses over pyramids, over ancient Rome, over Viking ships in melting ice, why does no one dig here? Because the eye does not fit, not into timelines, not into textbooks, not into the script we've been handed about the story of civilization. If Atlantis is myth, why does it leave footprints? Why does it match what we're told could not exist? This is not about proving Plato. This is about questioning silence, because Atlantis, if it ever lived, did not fall due to hubris. It fell because of memory loss. Ours, we forgot what we were taught to forget. And now the flood is metaphor. The temples are sand, the maps are dreams, but the land remains, and land cannot lie, only be misread. Perhaps the eye was a city, or a calendar, or a device. Perhaps it was none of those. Perhaps it was all of them. A resonance machine embedded in the earth, aligned not with human need, but with cosmic order, to tune the spirit, to track the stars, to speak with the deep sky, or with something beyond it, because everywhere we look in the ancient world, we find echoes of the same logic, alignments, geometry, cycles, star maps in stone Egypt, Sumer, Teotihuacan, Angkor, all of them obsessed with the stars. But what if they weren't just watching? What if they were remembering? What if Atlantis, or whatever preceded it, was not a culture, but a custodianship of memory, of light, of the laws behind form? And when it fell, when the waters surged and the sky changed and the old order fractured, those who survived passed on pieces, not truths, not facts, but shapes, myths, rituals, fragments, and those fragments became the temples of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the mandala of Tibet, the medicine wheels of the Americas, all tracing rings, all encoding balance, all telling the same forgotten story. In different languages of stone, the Eye of the Sahara may be the first draft, the prototype, the scar left behind by something older than civilization and wiser than we've dared to believe. And maybe that's why we ignore it. Because if it is what it seems to be, it breaks everything we think we know. It whispers that we are not the apex, but the aftermath, not the builders, but the descendants of ruins. And in its gaze, we see not Atlantis, but ourselves, a world spinning toward the same pattern, the same flood, the same forgetting. So we bury it with textbooks, with ridicule, with maps that label it a curiosity, and move on. But it waits, patient, still enduring, because memory is not destroyed. It is only overwritten, and beneath the sand, beneath the dust, beneath the silence, something vast still pulses, not Atlantis, but the question that gave birth to Atlantis, the memory before memory, the pattern before time. The eye is not closed. It never was. It watches still. And if it truly is a mirror of what we lost, what happens when we finally look? What happens when the memory returns? What happens if Atlantis never vanished? It was simply hidden in plain sight. And if that's true, what other cities of the deep still sleep beneath the waves? What other spirals await beneath the deserts? What else did the flood try to erase but failed? Atlantis wasn't the beginning. It was just the first to drown. The temple that heard prayers, the oracle of Delphi. There are places in this world where the veil is thin, not metaphorically, not mythically, thin, as in porous, as in trembling, as in almost ruptured, places where the boundary between thought and voice dissolves, where the ground exhales, where questions become visions, and visions become law. High upon the slopes of Mount Parnassus, in the heart of what we now call Greece, there once stood such a place. A temple, yes, but also, more than that, a mouth of the earth, a living wound in the crust of the world, where something ancient still whispered upward. Delphi. To modern ears, it is a location, a ruin, a tourist stop. But to the ancients, Delphi was the navel of the world, the Omphalos. They listened, and Delphi listened back. Beneath its marble bones ran a fault line, a geological seam, but through that seam, ethylene, methane, and other sacred vapors rose like breath from a dreaming colossus, not toxic, but transformative. At the heart of the temple sat the Pythia, the oracle, a woman who breathed this sacred breath until her eyes rolled back and language turned to revelation. She did not speak in sentences. She became a vessel, and kings would kneel. Generals would tremble. Even philosophers would fall silent in her presence, because the words she spoke were not hers. They were echoes of something older than politics, older than reason, older, perhaps, than humanity itself. What were those voices she channeled? Were they chemical dreams, stirred by gas and belief? Or were they ancestral frequencies, carried through the stone like a tuning fork struck in the earth's bones? This is not about superstition. This is about contact, because Delphi was not an isolated wonder. All across the ancient world, temples and oracle sites were built atop geological fractures, Dodona Claros Didyma, even in Mesoamerica and ancient Persia, the pattern returns. Why? Because they knew something we have forgotten. The earth is not dead. It is alive, breathing, vibrating, speaking, and some places are sacred, not because we declare them so, but because they are so. There are stories that the Oracle of Delphi once warned of a coming flood, not metaphor, not myth, a literal deluge, that she described the fall of empires long before their rise, that she once told a nameless traveler, "Your city is built on stolen time." What did she mean? Was it allegory? Or was she remembering something we refuse to, something buried not in the future, but the past? The oracle's power came not from divine status, but from surrender. She did not command the voice, she became the silence it could enter through, and in that silence, truth became liquid, time became spiraled, and history became transparent. She did not predict, she revealed. And that is what makes Delphi so dangerous to our modern mind, because it is not rational, it is not academic, it cannot be carbon dated or peer-reviewed. It is a portal, not to gods, but to memory. Delphi may have spoken in riddles, but riddles are simply truths we aren't ready to hear. When she warned of arrogance, she was not judging, she was remembering. When she whispered of cycles, she was not philosophizing, she was tracing the pattern again, because the earth has patterns, and so do civilizations. Rise, peak, collapse, silence. Delphi stood at the threshold of each, a watcher, a mirror, a last whisper before the forgetting. We treat it now as ruins, stones and columns, artifacts and tickets, but the oracle's chamber still sits at the heart, cracked, empty, waiting not for a priestess, but for a listener, because the breath still rises, because the fault still opens, because the memory still lingers, like smoke in the lungs of the earth. Maybe the oracle never spoke to gods. Maybe she remembered something deeper. Maybe those weren't predictions, but awakenings, and maybe, just maybe, we are the prophecy. She tried to warn, then let us descend again, deeper into the silence, into the last echoes beneath the stone. There are ancient records, half buried, half ignored, that speak of sacred architecture, acting as resonators. Temples aligned not just with stars, but with seismic breath. Structures designed to harness vibration, echo, and altered states. Delphi was not merely a temple on a fault. It was a precision instrument carved by forgotten hands to tune the human soul to something deeper than itself. What if the trance wasn't a hallucination, but a remembering? What if the vapors were a doorway, and the questions posed to the oracle were only ever keys? She answered in riddles because language cannot hold the raw shape of truth. It cracks, it collapses, it mythologizes, but something survived in those fractured syllables. The voice of a time before time, a civilization not ruled by logic, but resonance. We speak today of sacred geometry, but forget its root, geometry. Geo meaning earth, metri meaning measure. Delphi measured the earth's dreams, and her answers came not from hallucinations, but from harmonics, the trembling of the past, singing through the fault line. There are modern studies now. They show the vapors were real, the trance states real, the responses often uncannily accurate. How? We dismiss it as lucky intuition. We call it mass psychosis. We wrap it in clinical terms so we don't have to ask the real question. What happens when the earth remembers us? What happens when the ground breathes our history back into our lungs? Delphi was not alone. It was part of a global web. Temples across the world, Angkor Wat, Teotihuacan, Göbekli Tepe, built with eerie precision on seismic nodes, fault lines, magnetic anomalies. Were they places of worship, or were they listening posts, receivers, amplifiers? What if ancient spirituality was not about blind belief, but about inner alignment? Not ritual, but resonance. The Pythia, the oracle. She wasn't a priestess in the modern sense. She was an antenna, and the frequency she tuned into was not divine command, but ancestral signal, a civilization that had fallen long before her birth. A voice calling across the void of time, using vapor, vibration, and geometry as its language. We speak today of AI, of information networks, of hyperconnectivity, but 2,500 years ago, there was already a network made of breath and stone, of silence and song, of temples and the trembling pulse of the earth. And through that network, someone remembered. The priests who interpreted the oracle's words wrote them down. Most are lost. Some were buried. Others were erased by fire and empire. But fragments remain. Phrases like, "The earth speaks in riddles to those who build in arrogance. A second flood will not be of water, but of forgetting. You are not the first to stand on hollow ground." Warnings or echoes. The true mystery of Delphi is not the oracle herself. It is the silence that followed her, because when the temple fell, when Rome stole her voice, when Christianity burned her scrolls, the breath stopped, the network fractured, the last great listener was silenced, and humanity turned away. From the trembling ground, from the dreaming sky, from the riddle within the self, we crowned logic as king. We dismissed trance as madness. We buried the past beneath textbooks and certainty. But what if the earth never stopped speaking? What if Delphi is not a ruin, but a dormant circuit? What if the vapors will rise again? When the question is asked with enough humility, we no longer kneel at the navel of the world. But we should ask why that navel was ever there at all. Why did they call it the center? What center had been lost for one to be declared? Maybe the oracle wasn't gifted. Maybe she was simply open. And maybe the rest of us forgot how to listen, because the breath is still there. And so are the questions. And if we stand still enough, quiet enough, honest enough, we might hear her again. From beneath the stone, from behind the veil, from the earth itself, not as prophecy, but as memory, whispering, "You are not alone in time. You never were." The temples that remembered the flood knot. All memory lives in the mind. Some memories are older than language, etched not in paper, but in stone, written not with ink, but with alignment, proportion, and myth, buried not by time, but by silence. And there are temples still standing, bruised, half broken, yet whispering, that do not worship gods. They mourn something far older. They remember the water, not the gentle rivers or sacred lakes, but the great wave, the deluge, the flood, across every continent. The memory returns, in story, in ruin, in ritual. It returns not as theory, but as grief, because long before our empires rose from stone, something drowned. The temple of Edfu in Upper Egypt tells us more than we're ready to hear. On its inner walls is an inscription, worn by centuries, but still visible. It speaks of a time before time, of an island ruled by divine ones, of a primeval homeland, lush, radiant, advanced, and of its destruction, not by war, not by man, but by flood. The glyphs don't name Atlantis, but the shape is familiar, a sacred island, a cataclysm, a scattering of survivors, a vow to rebuild. The priests of Edfu said the temple itself was a reconstruction, a replica of a temple. From that drowned homeland, a memory encoded in geometry, its measurements, its columns, even its sonic chambers, all modeled after something lost. They didn't design Edfu, they remembered it, and in that remembering lies the truth we've tried to forget, half a world away. The Hopi speak of Saipapu, a place of emergence, a hole in the ground, often recreated in their ceremonial kivas, circular subterranean temples that descend into the earth like inverted ziggurats. According to their myth, this world is not the first. It is the fourth. Each world before this one, destroyed by fire, by ice, by flood. Each time, a few survived, climbing out from Sipapu, through darkness, into rebirth, and each time, they built temples to remember, not to escape the past, but to honor it, to carry the weight of memory forward in shape and song. Why do ancient temples so often sit atop older ruins? Why do cultures as far apart as the Sumerians and the Olmec, the Dogon and the Druids, all speak of a great flood? Because it wasn't just water, it was reset, the kind that leaves scars in the genome and echoes in the sky and the temples. Those great, immovable storytellers became our anchors to hold memory in place, to resist the pull of forgetting, even when the stories were forbidden, even when the builders were gone. Göbekli Tepe, the oldest temple complex we've yet uncovered, was buried deliberately. 12,000 years ago, they covered it in earth, not by erosion, not by accident, by human hands. Why? Perhaps because the flood had come, and memory had to be protected, so they sealed it, like a time capsule of sorrow, like a monument to survival. The T-shaped pillars, the carvings of lions and birds, the circular sanctuaries, all hint at cosmology, at order, at cycles. But beneath it all is trauma, not just of a lost age, but of a species trying to remember who it had been before the waters rose. Even Plato's Atlantis was not a warning. It was a remembrance. In his dialogues, the priest of sighs tells Solon, "You Greeks are like children. You have no memory, because you have no ancient writings." And what follows is not a fiction. It is a pattern, a memory of a place destroyed, civilization wiped clean, not erased by myth, but rewritten into it. Today, our textbooks call it allegory. Our academics call it coincidence. Our science says it didn't happen, not like that. But the stone says otherwise. The temples say otherwise. From the Mayan Popol Vuh to the Mesopotamian Atrahasis, from the Vedas to the Genesis flood, the same image emerges. A world built in light, destroyed in shadow, reborn in silence. Again, and again, and again. And at the heart of that cycle, always, is memory. And temples were memory machines. But memory cannot survive in noise. It requires stillness. That's why the temples were built away from the cities, why their walls were thick, why sound behaved differently inside them. They were not tourist sites. They were resonators of myth. The Maya believed their pyramids were the homes of sky serpents, beings that descended from the stars and returned through portals when the age turned. The Navajo built hogans facing east, toward the light of rebirth, mirroring star positions. The Dogon of Mali knew the orbital cycle of Sirius B, a star invisible to the naked eye, long before telescopes. All of them remembered something, something drowned, something silenced, something we have been trained not to see. And now we stand on the other side of the flood, modern, logical, skeptical, yet hollow, because beneath our skyscrapers, beneath our steel and screens, the old questions still tremble. Who built the first temples? Why do they mirror constellations? Why are their foundations always older than expected? And why, across every land, every language, every lineage, do they all remember the same thing? Not a god, not a war, but a wave, a beginning, and an ending. In the Andes, the megaliths of Tiwanaku speak a forgotten dialect of destruction. At Puma Punku, blocks weighing dozens of tons lie shattered, scattered, as if by titanic forces, not rolled, not dragged, not lifted, blasted. Archaeologists debate, historians debate methods, but the stones remain unmoved, and their silence says more than textbooks ever could. They are not monuments to triumph. They are memories of collapse. Perhaps that's why their angles are so precise, why their joins are so tight, because in the face of annihilation, clarity becomes sacred. When all else dissolves, geometry becomes prayer. Look again at Angkor Wat. Not as a tourist. Not as a camera-holding visitor looking for sunsets. Look as the builders once looked, in sacred alignment. In mirrored skies, it reflects the constellation Draco, the dragon of the celestial pole. But more than that, it mirrors a cycle, the Ugas, the turning of ages, the long breath of the cosmos, inhaling creation, exhaling dissolution, and between each breath, a flood. The Khmer did not build it for show, they built it to warn, as did the Sumerians, as did the Egyptians, as did the Hopi. Their temples were clocks not of minutes, but of millennia. And when those clocks align, the flood comes again. Consider this, we are not the apex. We are the aftermath, the survivors who forgot they survived, the children of a species that once spoke with stars, now whispering in concrete rooms, and the temples, what remains of them, still call to us in stone, because they were not only designed to last, they were designed to awaken, not the body, but the memory. What if every flood myth is not history, but prophecy, not past, but recurring pattern? The earth remembers through strata, through sediment, through scar, and the temples are the earth's voice. They do not age as we age. They echo across cycles. When the ground split, when the sky turned black, when fire fell and water rose, and when the stars returned, the survivors began again, stacking stones, marking solstices, whispering names of the drowned. What if we're next? What if the rhythm hasn't stopped? The rising seas, the shifting poles, the forgotten warnings. The ancients didn't build bunkers, they built reminders, temples aligned not to survive, but to teach the ones who would. Because the flood does not ask permission, it does not discriminate between believer and skeptic. It comes when memory fades, when we stray too far from the rhythm. This is why the temples remain, not for gods, not for kings, but for memory. And now, as the cycle turns again, the question is no longer, did it happen? The question is, will we listen? Because there is something stirring beneath the soil again. in old blueprints, in ancestral dreams, in the geometry of forgotten places. It is not fear. It is not myth. It is the pulse of memory, awakening, and perhaps that is why the ancients built in stone, because memory etched in flesh fades, but memory carved in silence remains. Maybe the flood didn't just wash away the past, maybe it baptized it, and the temples, those survivors of time, are not graves. They are altars, altars of warning, altars of rebirth, echoes of a world before the forgetting, a world we might still remember. If we learn to read the stone, Atlantis wasn't the beginning. It was just the first to drown. DNA temples, the symbolism we missed. What if the blueprint of life was never hidden, only misread? What if the double helix, the sacred spiral of creation, was not discovered, but remembered? We think we've just begun to understand biology, to map the genome, to peer into the secret code that animates all living things. But across temple walls and cosmic myths, the spiral has always been there, watching us forget. Two serpents rise in tandem, coiling skyward around a central staff. We call it the caduceus, the symbol of medicine. But before Hippocrates, before Greece, before ink touched papyrus, that symbol was already carved in stone. At Angkor Wat, serpents guard the gateways to heaven. At the temple of Hathor in Dendera, twin snakes wrap around a lotus blossom, birthing light from spiraled coils. In Sumer, the god Enki, lord of waters and wisdom, is flanked by curling rivers that mimic helix patterns. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl descends as the feathered serpent, shedding form and ascending as consciousness. This isn't coincidence. It's convergence, the spiral, the twin, the serpent, the seed. The ancients were not pointing to mythology. They were pointing to us. Why would cultures separated by oceans and millennia carve the same pattern? Why repeat the spiral? Because they remembered something we've forgotten, that life is not linear. It coils, it loops, it echoes, it speaks in sacred geometry. In the temples of India, the Kundalini serpent sleeps at the base of the spine, waiting to rise. In the Amazon, shamans drink the vine and see the double serpent in visions. In the Dogon teachings of Mali, creation began with two twisting energies, forming the sacred Namo, whose very name echoes ancient waters and tongues. Even in the pinecone, that small, unassuming fruit of the forest, the spiral is encoded with Fibonacci grace. Why, then, is the pinecone found atop staffs of popes, in the hands of Sumerian gods, carved into Assyrian walls, and resting in the palm of Osiris himself? Because it represented more than a plant. It represented the seat of awakening, the pineal gland, the inner eye, the point where biology meets spirit. This was never metaphor, it was memory, a memory of the divine pattern embedded in every cell, a pattern now seen only in microscopes, but once carved boldly in stone, and not just as decoration, but as transmission. The temples weren't built to worship gods, they were built to recreate them. In Dendera's crypt, a strange image emerges, often called the Dendera light. It shows a bulb-like shape containing a serpent, connected, two lotus stems and priestly hands. Modern minds scoff, saying it's symbolic, religious, meaningless. But is it? To the trained eye, the image bears resemblance to an electric vacuum tube, or perhaps, more poetically, a womb of frequency. The serpent inside isn't just a snake. It's energy, the same spiraled energy that surges through the spine in tantric awakening. The same energy that coils through DNA in the form of hydrogen bonds. Science now tells us DNA emits light, biophoton, a dance of frequency and resonance. But the ancients already knew. They called it prana, they called it kata, they called it chi, and they didn't discover it. They inherited it. Look again at temple architecture, not as ruins, but as halls, shaped to echo tones, chambers aligned to vibrate with frequency, obelisks that sing, stairways that pulse. Was this not ritual? Was this bioacoustics? Temples weren't just places to pray. They were instruments tuned to the frequencies of the body, of memory, of DNA. That the ancients weren't primitive, they were precise. Because they knew, to awaken the seed, you must sing to the spiral. And what of the myths? The gods who fashioned humans from clay, who breathed into them the spark of life. Did they create man, or did they edit him? The Book of Enoch speaks of watchers, beings who descended and taught forbidden knowledge. Among them, root-cutting, metallurgy, stars, enchantments, and something stranger, the secrets of creation. What secrets? The manipulation of bloodlines, the tuning of genes, the crafting of hybrids. Myth becomes unsettling when it echoes biology. And if temples hold those myths in stone, then what were they guarding? Or worse, what were they warning against? Because DNA is not just a code, it is a covenant, a record of what we were, a map of what we could become, and a mirror of what once was when gods walked beside men. The ancients didn't just preserve culture, they preserved the structure of consciousness itself, encoded in spirals, guarded by serpents, built into stone. And now, as modern science begins to catch up, peering into genomes, altering embryos, engineering form, we must ask, are we rediscovering ancient truths or repeating ancient trespasses? The temples speak softly now, but their warnings are loud. We were not the first to play with the spiral, and we may not be the last. So the next time you see a pine cone on a staff, or twin serpents in stone, or a spiral carved into temple stone, do not shrug, do not laugh, do not laugh. Listen, it may not be art, it may not be myth, it may be memory, memory written in the language of the gods, waiting for us to remember how to read it. Maybe it was never just myth. Maybe it was instruction, etched in stone, encrypted in blood, waiting to awaken when the spiral turns again. The serpent temples, Naga, Quetzalcoatl, Enki, before fire, before language, before empire, there was the serpent, not as enemy, not as villain, but as keeper, keeper of thresholds, keeper of memory, keeper of the spiral, coiled at the gates of temples, woven into stairways of stone, etched into the earliest myths of man, across the continents, across the oceans, across the stars of ancestral bloodlines. The serpent waits. In Angkor Wat, Cambodia, a bridge stretches across ancient waters. But look closer. Its railings are not made of rope or chain. They are carved serpents, multi-headed naga, twisting along the path, each held by divine hands in an eternal tug. It is not merely decoration, it is initiation, a passage across realms. In Southeast Asia, the naga is not a beast, but a god, a guide between heaven and the underworld, a water bringer, a wisdom keeper, a memory that doesn't die. And that memory coils, not just in temples, but in the bloodlines of belief. Travel west, and the serpent rises again, but this time with feathers. Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent, the god who taught the Aztecs agriculture, mathematics, and the calendar of the cosmos. The god who bled into the earth to create humankind. He descends, not with wrath, but with knowledge. He comes not from war, but from stars, at Teotihuacan, beneath the pyramid of the feathered serpent. Archaeologists unearthed a tunnel lined with liquid mercury, a river of shimmering reflection beneath the temple. Why? Because the serpent moves not just across the land, but through dimensions. The mercury mirrors the underworld. The tunnel mimics the serpent's path, hidden, winding, transcendent, and this isn't isolated. Across the Sumerian plains, in the cradle of Mesopotamia, another serpent being stands, Enki, the Lord of Waters, the genetic artisan, the guardian of tablets, a being with the symbol of twin serpents on his staff. Long before Hermes, long before the Greeks, Enki, who warned of the flood, Enki, who altered the seed of man. Was Enki a god or a scientist, or both? Across the globe, from Angkor to Babylon, from Mexico to Mali, serpent temples rise like forgotten stars, each reflecting the same celestial script. And the question is no longer why the symbol appears everywhere, but how did they all remember the same serpent? Because serpents are not just animals, they are archetypes, they are messengers, they are bridges between birth and rebirth, between body and soul, between the seen and the sacred. In Egypt, the uraeus serpent rises from the brow of pharaohs, the pineal guardian. In India, Shiva wears the snake around his neck, the mastered life force. In the Amazon, ayahuasca reveals a glowing serpent made of sound and light. Again, 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 the symbol returns. It was never local, it was always global, and perhaps older than man. What were these serpent temples really teaching? That life is not linear, that consciousness is coiled, that time spirals. The serpent teaches silence, stillness, descent, but in descent there is awakening. The kundalini, the twin serpents of the spine, the fire that rises from the root to the crown. The ancients carved this in stone. They encoded it in dance. They passed it through priesthoods that became bloodlines, not as superstition, but as science of the soul. And maybe, just maybe, they weren't worshipping the serpent. They were becoming it, shedding layers, moving between worlds, leaving behind a husk of flesh for a spirit reborn. The temples didn't teach fear. They taught transformation, because the serpent dies, and the serpent returns, always. So what were they guarding? A relic, a gate, a memory, or a truth so old it no longer fit within modern logic? Perhaps that's why the serpent was later demonized, why it was cast into darkness, feared in gardens, stomped beneath heels, because it whispered something dangerous, that you are more than what you've been told, that the gods did not create you out of nothing. They awakened something already, sleeping within you, and the serpent was the key, not a symbol of evil, but of remembrance. Now the temples are ruins, the gods are myths, the coils are covered in dust, but some still feel it in dreams, in trance, in the sudden pull toward forgotten stones. Somewhere in our DNA, the serpent still stirs, a memory waiting to rise, a wisdom waiting to speak. So the next time you stand before a temple wrapped in scaled stone, or walk beneath carved Naga bridges, or see feathered serpents rising in the shadows of step pyramids. Don't just look. Listen, that the temples may be silent, but the serpent is still whispering. The gods didn't just build temples, they left trails, and the serpent, coiled in stone, blood, and myth, is the thread that leads back to the source. Temples built before the moon, before calendars, before tide, before the glow of the nightlight sky. There was a time when the moon had not yet arrived, a time whispered by temple walls and shadowed scrolls, a time before the great reflector crowned our heavens, before the silver eye watched us sleep, before the rhythm of the sea danced to a lunar pulse. Some cultures speak of this era with myth, others with memory, and a few with maps, star maps, not to the sky we know, but to one that no longer exists. What does it mean to remember? A sky that no longer remembers us. In the lands of the Dogon, in Mali, West Africa, oral traditions have preserved something almost impossible. They speak of a time before the moon, before the pale eye was hung in the sky, before balance turned to chaos, before the earth knew tides. Their priests, in hushed tones, speak of celestial events passed down through thousands of years, a knowledge they claim came not from study, but visitation. They knew of Sirius, be a dense, invisible star beside Sirius, long before modern telescopes could prove it. And yet they say something more, that the moon was brought here, that it is not native to our sky, that it changed the world when it came, not just physically, but psychically. Is this just folklore, or is it fracture, a scar in the collective memory of humankind? Because this story, it repeats in the ancient lands of Sumer, the very cradle of civilization. A tablet was unearthed speaking of a time before the moon was set in place. A time when Earth was ruled by different laws, different skies, different beings. The gods of Sumer, the Anunnaki, arrived not under the moon's gaze, but in the absence of it, and they built, they aligned, they seeded. The ziggurats of Eridu, Uruk, and Nippur were not lunar temples. They were stellar set, not to Earth's wobble, but to a cosmic axis that has since drifted. Some align to stars that are no longer visible, others to stars that should not have risen where they are. Temporal dissonance, as if the architecture remembers something the sky forgot. In Mesoamerica, the Maya did more than track the moon. They spoke of, before it, some glyphs describe a moonless era, a time of divine wars in the heavens, a time when night did not glow. And deeper still, in the Popol Vuh, the sacred text of the Quiche Maya, there are echoes of skyborn beings, builders, destroyers, and resets. But if the moon was not always there, where did it come from? Or better yet, who brought it? Science proposes that the moon formed from a colossal impact, a Mars-sized body called Thy, crashing into the Earth, casting debris into orbit that eventually birthed the moon. But even that story feels like something ancient echoes at violent visitation, a reshaping of reality, the fall of an old world, and the rise of a new rhythm. Is that impact the origin, or the reset? And if temples were built before it, then what were they measuring? At Göbekli Tepe, older than writing stone pillars aligned to stars, now lost to view, the site's astronomical design suggests it was tracking constellations from a vantage point the Earth no longer has, or perhaps a sky no longer offered. Why? Because the moon shifted Earth's axis, changed its seasons, altered its tilt. So when the moon arrived, the sky changed, which means temples built before would no longer point to what they once did. Their alignments would appear wrong unless they are older than the moon, built under stars that once ruled and then were forgotten. Even the Book of Enoch, cast out from canon, buried in desert caves, speaks of the watchers who taught man the names of the stars, and of a disruption that followed. Some say the watchers came before the moon, before tides, before Forgetfulness, and they left behind not only bloodlines, but temples, markers, coordinates, to a sky erased. So what do we make of these lunar absences? A glitch in myth, a poetic metaphor, or a suppressed chronology? Because if temples were built before the moon, then we are not the first calendar makers. We are not the first sky watchers. We are not the first dot. Fractured, consider the Sphinx, gazing east, not to the moon, but to the rising of Leo in a sky long past. Consider the Nabta Playa stone circle, deep in Egypt's desert, marking solstices, long before the moon's modern cycles were stable. Consider the Moai of Easter Island, staring upward with hollow eyes, as if longing for a different sky. The clues do not scream, they murmur, and the moon never speaks, it only reflects. What if memory was once mapped to the stars, but the map was scrambled? What if the moon was not a gift, but a veil? What if the temples were not just houses of gods, but anchors of remembrance? Built not for worship, but for orientation. Built to preserve alignment, until the sky betrayed them. We looked to the heavens to find our place. But what if the heavens moved, and we forgot where we were? The moon tells us what time it is, but it does not tell us who we were before it arrived. Maybe that's why the ancients encoded their truths in stone. Because stars shift, myths fade, but temples remember, and somewhere hidden among the crumbling columns, among the broken staircases and lost alignments, is a question carved into silence. What sky did the first builders look up to? Maybe the moon was never born from Earth. Maybe it was brought, placed, hung like an ornament in a false firmament. Or maybe the ancients remembered a time when the sky was not ruled by cycles, but by presence, by direct light, by gods whose faces were stars, and when they left, the moon arrived. Now we dance to its tide. We mark its phases. We write poetry to it. But beneath our rituals, something deeper stirs, a knowing, a fracture, a before, and the temples, those great books of stone, hold open the pages we were never taught to read. Maybe they weren't built after the moon. Maybe they were built before it, to remember what came before the forgetting, to remember the sky that once was, and maybe still is, just beyond the veil. We look to the moon and see reflection, but in the stones below we see direction, pointing to a sky we've lost, and a time the earth still mourns. The temples that were buried on purpose. Some memories are lost, some are erased, but some are buried, not by time, not by weather, not by accident, but by intention. And if something sacred is sealed beneath earth, stone, or ash, it was not meant to be forgotten by nature. It was meant to be forgotten by us. Burial is not destruction, it is silence, a sacred silence, an ancient lock, a secret too dangerous to speak, yet too holy to destroy. so it was hidden, by hands that remembered, by minds that foresaw, by ancestors who knew what was coming. The story begins at a hill in Turkey, Göbekli Tepe, a name that now echoes through the archaeological underworld. Older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids, older, perhaps, than the idea of civilization itself. It is not a temple in the usual sense. It is a coded cathedral in stone. T-shaped pillars carved with animals, stars, and mythic beings standing in circles, like an echo chamber of memory. But what shocks even more than its age is what happened after it was built. It was buried meticulously, intentionally, not by time, but by design, stone by stone, layer by layer. The builders themselves sealed it. Why would a civilization create something so vast, so intricate, and then hide it? Was it fear, a ritual, a warning, or was it a vault? And Göbekli Tepe is not alone. Across continents, the same pattern emerges. In Java, Indonesia, a mountain long thought to be natural was found to hold Borobudur's mysterious sibling, Gunung Padang, carbon dated to potentially 20,000 years old. It too was buried under layers of volcanic earth, not by nature, but by men who placed stone atop stone, then sealed it beneath time. In North America, Poverty Point, a site of massive earthen mounds, reveals signs of being built quickly and covered deliberately. Not all of it was meant to last. Some was meant to wait. And in the Amazon, vast geometries beneath the soil are now emerging through deforestation and LIDAR, buried, hidden, swallowed by the jungle, not randomly, but intentionally placed out of reach. Across the planet, sacred spaces were not just left behind, they were concealed, as if the world itself tried to forget, as if the world was told to forget. We assume ruins are ruins, but what if they are safes? What if we have mistaken locks for losses? What if a temple is more than worship? What if it is storage, not of gold, not of wealth, but of wisdom? A wisdom that had to go dark to survive the flood, the fire, the forgetting. In ancient texts across Egypt, Sumer, India, and Mesoamerica, there are whispers of a knowledge too powerful to remain, a science that walked hand in hand with spirit, a blueprint that bridged the body and the cosmos. From the Emerald Tablets to the Vedas, from the Popol Vuh to the Temple of Edfu, a theme repeats. What once was known had to be hidden. Sometimes it was taken into the earth, sometimes it was encoded in stone, and sometimes it was buried altogether, awaiting a return. The Mayans did not just abandon cities, they closed them. Doorways were sealed, walls painted over, temples swallowed by the jungle, not because of decay, but because of choice, as if a sacred calendar had run out, and the era was no longer safe. In India, the temple of Padmanabhaswamy hides a chamber no one has opened. Vault B, sealed by a door with no hinges, no latch, no passageway. Local tradition says it must never be opened, that inside is more than treasure, that inside is dangerous knowledge. And in Egypt, records speak of the House of Life, a temple archive deep beneath the sands, holding the blueprints of a lost age. Many believe it lies under the Sphinx, covered not by sandstorms, but by design. We once thought all ancient cultures died from war, drought, or decline. But what if some chose to disappear? What if some went underground, literally to protect what remained, to bury the fire before it burned again? This idea grows darker the deeper we go. Because to bury a temple is to admit something is coming, a catastrophe, a purge, a censorship, not just of thought, but of memory, like monks fleeing with scrolls, like servers wiped clean before an empire collapses. These temples were backups, stone hard drives of a forgotten OS, buried beneath the dust of denial. Not to be found by just anyone, but to be remembered by those who feel the echo. And now they're waking up. Göbekli Tepe is no longer silent. Gunung Padang is cracking open. The Amazon is revealing its grids. LiDAR is peeling back the skin of the earth. And still, governments hesitate, institutions delay, excavations stall. Because if temples were buried on purpose, then we have to ask, what were they hiding from? And even more frightening, what if it's coming back? The flood is not just a myth, it's a cycle. Every culture remembers a great drowning, and every culture that remembers builds something to survive it. Not just arcs, but temples, memory, banks, seeds of knowing, buried deep, like Noah's instructions, like Atlantis vaults, like the 7 sages of India who stored their wisdom in caves before the Yuga turned dark. We were warned, and they responded, not by shouting, but by sealing. So the next time you see a ruin half buried in sand, ask, who buried it? The next time you see a mountaintop sanctuary lost beneath jungle, ask, was it meant to be found? Because maybe the greatest secrets of human history are not lost. Maybe they were hidden by those who knew what forgetting would cost, and who still hoped one day someone would remember. Maybe that someone was always us. They didn't bury the past to hide it from us. They buried it to protect it for us. And now that we're digging, we must ask, are we ready for what they buried? But to uncover a buried temple is not the same as unlocking it. To pierce the earth is one thing. To understand why it was sealed is another. Because some temples were not just buried to protect knowledge, but to guard it. And what guards the forgotten? Symbols, structures, stories that look like myth, but were always passwords in disguise. Take the serpent mounds of North America, long ridiculed, dismissed as natural or simple burial sites, but they align with solstices. They coil like DNA, and beneath them are chambers, carefully placed, intentionally veiled in Cambodia, beneath the layered stones of Angkor Wat. Archaeologists uncovered foundation blocks built for a deeper layer, one older than the visible complex. A temple beneath a temple. A memory beneath a memory. In Egypt, beneath Dendera Temple, there are crypts etched with strange images, lotus bulbs with serpents inside, held by beings not quite human. Scholars call them symbolic. But the question remains, why seal them in a pitch-dark chamber, inaccessible to worshippers? Why not display them? Because they were not made for the eyes of the masses. They were made for those who knew. Burial was never the end. It was a filter, a test of memory, a test of patience, a test of vibration. Just as ancient initiates had to pass through chambers, face illusions, confront their shadow, so must we now pass through layers of soil, skepticism, and suppression, until stone speaks again. Even the concept of burial is not one of death, but of gestation. A seed is buried before it becomes a tree. The sun sinks before it rises again. The womb is dark before birth breaks it open. Temples were placed into the earth, not to end an age, but to birth the next one. They were encrypted like sacred software placed in cold storage, awaiting the right frequency to awaken, not with noise, but with remembrance. And maybe that's the true key, not the tools, not the ground-penetrating radar, not the satellite scans, but the mind that remembers what they remembered, the soul that hums in resonance with what they hid. That's who these temples were waiting for, not tourists, not archaeologists, but the descendants of memory, because the ones who buried them knew the flood would come, the empire would fall, the language would be lost. They accepted the forgetting, but they didn't surrender. They buried the flame, deep, protected, alive for us. And now the earth cracks, the dust shifts, the jungle recedes, the stones begin to rise, but not all at once, because memory returns in layers. Truth returns like breath after drowning, and some temples still sleep, waiting for us to ask the right question. Not what were they worshipping, but what were they warning us about? Buried temples are not the past, they are the future, waiting to be unsealed, and the silence around them is not an absence, it is an invitation. Maybe the ancients didn't bury these places out of fear, maybe they did it out of love, because they believed someone someday would look beyond the ruin and remember. If they went to such lengths to hide it, imagine how much it mattered. And if they buried it for us, what does that make us? The sound temples, frequency, echo, and sacred harmonics. There are places not meant to be seen, but heard, not with the outer ear, but with something older, quieter, deeper, a memory beneath thought, a vibration beneath language, a tone that turns stone into scripture. And in the dark, where light cannot reach, that's where it begins, across the islands of Malta. Buried beneath centuries of soil and silence, lies the hypogeum of Cal Suflini, not carved, not built, but tuned, its chambers arranged in flowing curves, its ceilings shaped not for shelter, but for sound. One niche, small, red, ochre-lined, resonates at 111 hertz, not by accident, not by erosion, but by intention. When a deep male voice chants into it, the entire chamber hums, bones vibrate, the air thickens. Call it the God frequency, linked to the brain's theta state, to deep meditation, to the kind of silence that sings back. But the builders knew this long before EEG machines, because they didn't measure it. They remembered it, and this temple is not alone. At Chavin de Wanter, in the Peruvian Andes, stone canals carry rushing water through the heart of the temple, not to irrigate, but to roar, to create a thunder that echoes through its labyrinth, to dissolve the boundary between flesh and spirit. Initiates were said to emerge days later, reborn, transformed, no longer fully of this world. The temple broke them with sound in the Maya site of Kopane stairway, speaks in echo. In Chichen Itza, a handclap beneath the Kukulkan pyramid returns as the cry of a sacred bird. But these aren't tricks. They're rituals encoded in physics. What modern engineers marvel at, ancients embedded in stone. And if sound was the key, then these temples were tuning forks for the soul, frequencies chosen not for aesthetics, but to shift perception, to open doors within the body, to quiet the monkey mind, to unlock ancestral memory. They weren't buildings, they were instruments, and the priests, they were sound weavers, frequency midwives, masters of resonance and silence. They knew before the flood, before the tower, before even the wheel, there was tone, Consider this: every particle vibrates, every cell sings. DNA itself coils like a cymatic spiral, its codes shaped by rhythm and resonance. The ancients may not have had microscopes, but they listened to the stars, to the wind, to the blood in their wrists, and what they built harmonized with it all. In Egyptian temples, walls are covered in symbols, but hidden chambers echo like thunder drums. In Saqqara, stone sarcophagi ring with deep pitch when struck, too large for a human body, too smooth for decay. They weren't tombs. They were resonators. In megalithic Ireland, Newgrange's inner chamber resonates when light meets sound on the winter solstice. The frequency amplifies, the vibration climbs, and something shifts, even now. Visitors feel it, not in the ears, but in the bones. Why did so many cultures, oceans apart, carve stone, not for durability, but resonance? Because the body is not just a machine, it's a temple of tone. And if you tune it correctly, you remember the songs of the stars, the hum of the old world, the forgotten names of the soul. Science tells us 111 hertz enhances creativity, slows the ego, opens the pineal gate. But perhaps it returns us to a pre-verbal knowing, a language of pulse and presence. Maybe these temples weren't made to worship something outside, but to awaken something within, because frequency is a bridge between the seen and unseen, between matter and myth, and every echo is a message waiting to be decoded. So what else did they know? That water carries vibration, that stone stores memory, that ritual is not performance, but pattern, and that the right sound in the right place can open a doorway time forgot to lock. These were not primitive people. They were frequency architects. Their temples were sound maps. Their rituals were calibration sequences. Their chants were passwords. And the truth was never hidden, only unheard. But now, slowly, the tones are returning, not as new discoveries, but as old recognitions. Musicians feel it, seekers hear it. The body remembers, even when the mind forgets. And as we step back into these chambers, physical or metaphorical, we are not entering a ruin. We are re-entering a symphony. Listen closely. Can you hear the hum beneath the silence? Can you feel the echo between your ribs? That isn't imagination, it's inheritance. The temple never stopped singing, we just forgot how to listen. And if sound is the key, what other doors have yet to be opened? The Cyclopean builders, temples with no builders. There is a kind of silence that echoes louder than thunder, a silence older than language, older than the chisel, older than the gods we remember. It does not speak in words, but in mass, in stone, in weight that defies time. Across the highlands of Peru, beneath the ruins of Baalbek in Lebanon, and buried in the volcanic soil of Japan's Yonaguni coast, there are structures so vast, so unyielding, so unfathomably precise, they should not exist. And yet they do. They are called Cyclopean, not because giants built them, though perhaps they did, but because only giants could. Their blocks weigh hundreds of tons, some over 1,000, lifted, fitted, locked together, not with mortar, but with memory. And when we ask who built these, the answer is always the same. We don't know. No carvings, no names, no tools left behind, only stone, stone shaped by a forgotten will. In Peru, there is Sacsayhuaman, its walls curve like lightning, frozen mid-strike. Each block different, each one fitting into the next, with no gap, as if the earth itself had melted and molded them in place. Some weigh 200 tons, no wheel marks, no quarry path, no explanation. Even the Inca, who inherited the site, said they did not build it. They said it was the work of the gods, or of those who came before. At Baalbek, in Lebanon, the same pattern emerges. On the Temple Mount of Jupiter sits a platform of impossible stones, the Trilithon, 3 stones, each over 800 tons, and below them, another, heavier still, 1,200 tons. That's the weight of 200 elephants, lifted, stacked, aligned with cosmic precision, and yet no inscription, no blueprint, no identity, only power left behind. Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, a submerged megalith that some say is natural, but others see as a sunken temple, staircases, platforms, right angles beneath the sea. It was not carved by the ocean, but swallowed by it. Some say 10,000 years ago, some say older again. No names, no makers, only myth and water. This is the signature of the Cyclopean builders. They did not leave behind culture, or stories, or legends about themselves. They left only stone, massive, impossibly shaped, resisting erosion, resisting denial. And perhaps that was the point, to build something so eternal that even when memory fades, the bones of a forgotten civilization remain. Modern engineers debated, how were these moved? What technology could lift what we can barely shift today? Pulleys, ramps, ropes. But the theories collapse under their own weight, because it's not just the size of the blocks, it's the placement, the cuts, the angles, like at Pumapunku, where stones are carved with machine-like precision, as if lasers or sonic tools had split them, where interlocking designs defy Bronze Age capability, and yet they are there. Who builds with no mark? Who constructs with no name? Who leaves behind only silence? Only a culture that did not care for legacy, but for endurance. Only a people who were not trying to be remembered, but to warn, to endure, to lock something into the planet itself, like anchors to hold memory steady through the storms of time. So we call them Cyclopean, but they are not myth, they are fact, stone facts, resistant to erosion, resistant to revision, resistant to forgetting. Maybe they were the survivors of a previous age. Maybe they were the final echo of Atlantis, Mu, or Lemuria. Maybe they were us, before the flood, before the fracture. Or maybe they were not human at all, not as we are. Some believe the stones themselves vibrate, that Cyclopean sites hold strange magnetic properties, disrupted compass needles, altered consciousness, as if the structures are not just remnants, but devices still active, still humming beneath the surface, not ruins, but mechanisms. What were they tuned for? What did they hold in place? When ancient memory survives only in fragments, we must learn to read the negative space, to see what isn't there, to feel what was erased. The Cyclopean builders left us no stories, only the bones of something vast, something that shook mountains, something that didn't need to be remembered, because it could never be denied. Stone speaks without words, and it whispers still. Perhaps these temples had no builders, because the builders were not trying to be known, only felt like gravity, like deep time, like the echo of a name you've never heard, but somehow still remember. And if we listen closely, not with ears, but with the soul, we might hear it. The hum of lost precision, the pulse of civilizations erased, the rhythm of stone locked into planetary breath. They were not just temples, they were anchors of memory, of warning, of truth. And the deeper we dig, the louder the silence becomes. But silence, too, can fracture, and when it does, what breaks free is not noise, but revelation. For if these cyclopean sites are anchors, what were they anchoring against? What was so vast, so destabilizing, so catastrophic, that it required stone weighing thousands of tons to hold the memory in place? Not walls of defense, but weights of remembrance, to hold fast something that the winds of time were trying to tear loose. A memory, a law, a warning. There are no reliefs on these stones, no murals, no gods, no mythologies painted in pigment, and yet they are among the most advanced constructions we have ever uncovered. This is intentional omission. The stones do not tell a story. They are the story. They are not decorative. They are elemental, foundations of something older than architecture, older than speech. Some have suggested they're part of a planetary grid, nodes in a lost system of energy distribution, temples that once resonated across vast distances, speaking not to humans, but to the earth itself, geomagnetic, resonant, alive. Baalbek, Sacsayhuaman, Yonaguni, Puma, Punku, Tiwanaku, each one, not just a structure, but a point, a heartbeat, now silent, or waiting. Because this is the deeper fear, isn't it? Not just that someone before us was smarter, but that they were trying to tell us something that these sites were not. Monuments of celebration, but instructions, coordinates. Some of those locks are breaking. It's no coincidence that many of these megaliths are aligned with celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, eclipses. But perhaps it wasn't for observation. Perhaps it was containment, a sky map frozen in stone, marking the return of something. Something that comes in cycles. Something that leaves ruins in its wake. And always the memory is buried. The names are lost. The warnings ignored until it happens again. This is why the Cyclopean temples matter. Not because they are ruins, but because they are preludes, ominous openings of a song we've heard before. They did not write their names. They did not sign their craft. But perhaps they didn't need to, because the feeling remains, the disquiet, the awe, the weight of something unfinished. Stone does not age like flesh. It does not forget like minds. It does not lie, and it cannot scream, but it can resonate with truth, with memory, with warning. So when we walk these ancient Cyclopean corridors, when we stand before walls too large to belong to any empire we know, we are not just visiting the past. We are standing in the echo of something that still breathes. And maybe, just maybe, it remembers us. What if the Cyclopean builders were not gone? What if they are sleeping beneath the stone, beneath the myths, beneath the fragile veil we call history? And what if their silence was never absence, but patience, waiting for us to finally listen? Not all ruins are broken. Some are sealed. Some are humming. Some are waiting to awaken. And if they really were erased, what else have we forgotten? Temples beneath ice, Antarctica's forbidden ruins. There is a silence more ancient than death. Not the hush of a tomb, but the stillness of something waiting beneath ice, miles thick, untouched, undisturbed. Time freezes here, but memory does not. And If you listen closely, not with ears, but with the marrow of your being, you might feel it. The slow exhale of a buried world. Antarctica, the final blank space on our maps. A continent not of snow, but secrecy. Not of penguins, but prohibition. Here, in the land that sunlight forgets for half the year, lies a mystery so deep, so cold, that even the winds seem to whisper around it, not over it. No permanent cities, no ancient monuments, officially. Yet nations race to claim slices of it, not for tourism, not for climate, but for something else, something below. In 2001, a series of satellite scans triggered a quiet academic buzz, then silence. Grid-like formations, linear structures, shadowed anomalies that did not match natural geology. Then the silence grew louder. Private researchers claimed radar returns, hinting at buried angles, not glacial, not volcanic, but architectural, massive, regular, deep. As if something once stood there and was then covered by ice or hidden beneath it. The mainstream called it pareidolia, wishful thinking, but whispers continued. A no-fly zone declared without reason. Military teams dispatched for research. Satellite imagery scrubbed, blurred, reclassified, and always the same phrase. Nothing to see here. But what if there was? Ancient Greek maps, like the Orontius Phineus map, published in 1531, show Antarctica free of ice, rivers, mountains, coastlines. Satellite mapping didn't exist. Ice core samples say the continent has been frozen for over 30 million years, yet the maps suggest memory, not fantasy, as if someone, somewhere, had seen it, drawn it, and passed it down, not as story, but as record. And what of the myths? The Hopis spoke of an age when the world turned upside down, and the White Land opened. The Dogon of Mali remembered a time of the pale sky gods who vanished beneath the southern pole. Even Plato wrote of cataclysms that shifted landmasses, of civilizations drowned not only by water, but by ice. These were not fairy tales, they were warnings, etched in story, preserved in bloodline, and buried beneath snow. In 2016, claims emerged of a pyramid, sharp, triangular, protruding from the ice. Mainstream media laughed, but the shape stood. Geologists mumbled about nunataks, natural protrusions of rock, but symmetrical, aligned to cardinal points. How many coincidences can one continent hold? Another anomaly, the Gamburtsov Mountains, a vast subglacial range, larger than the Alps, with liquid water flowing beneath their frozen skin. What feeds these rivers? What breathes in those caves? And why? Why has no comprehensive expedition explored them openly? We are told Antarctica is pristine, a blank canvas of snow and science, but beneath its surface are magnetic anomalies, gravitational distortions, and electromagnetic echoes that should not be there. The Wilkes Land anomaly, detected by NASA satellites, hints at a mass beneath the ice nearly 300 miles wide, dense, ancient, silent, not a meteor, not a mountain, something else, something deliberately sealed. Could it be a pre-flood city, a megalithic complex left behind by an age before ages, a civilization who knew the flood was coming and sealed their records not in fire but in frost? Göbekli Tepe was buried under soil, but what if others were buried under ice, not erased, just postponed? awaiting a thaw, a tilt, a shift. Book of Enoch speaks of angels bound in a desolate place of cold stone. The Mahabharata hints at sky beings who fled to the southern mountain during the last cycle's end, and the Sumerians. They called it Kurgal, the great mountain of the south, home of the Watchers, where forbidden knowledge was locked away. Are we uncovering old myth, or are old myths uncovering us? In 1947, Admiral Richard Byrd led Operation Hijack, a massive U.S. military expedition to Antarctica. What was labeled a training mission included warships, planes, and thousands of personnel. He later spoke of a new enemy and flying objects that could travel pole to pole in minutes. The transcripts vanished. The mission ended early, and Byrd was never the same. What did he see? Who did he meet? Or, more chillingly, what was reawakened? Perhaps we're asking the wrong questions. Not what is under the ice, but why was it buried? Why the global silence? Why the overlapping myths? Why the maps that shouldn't exist? What if Antarctica wasn't always Antarctica? What if it once stood closer to the equator, before a pole shift, before the deluge, before the long forgetting? A thriving hub of the first ones, then shattered, then sealed, then iced over, and maybe, just maybe, that ice is thinning. The poles are shifting, temperatures rising, and with them, the memories. Old stone, old light, old knowledge, peeking through the frost. They tell us nothing is there, but the body remembers every shiver in our bones, every instinct that pulls us southward, every dream of pyramids buried in blue ice. It's not madness, it's inheritance. We were not meant to stay away forever. The white land calls again, but this time we must decide, do we return with reverence or repeat the forgetting? The ice is not just water, it's a veil, and when it melts, what will we remember? The ancients did not call it Antarctica. They had other names, names that echoed with reverence and fear. Paititi, Ultima Thule, the southern land of the serpents, whispers of a frozen Eden, or a prison sealed by time. And maybe those whispers were warnings, not because of what was built there, but because of what was left behind. Let us follow the logic, not of textbooks, but of trauma. After a cataclysm, a true one, where would you hide knowledge? Not in scrolls, not in oral tradition. Those burn, they fade. No, you'd carve it into stone, and you'd bury that stone in a place no one would dare look, a place cold enough to freeze time, a place remote enough to deter the curious, a place like Antarctica. Was this the world's last vault? A planetary ark, not filled with animals, but with memory. There are whispers, too, of the Lake Vostok mystery, a subglacial lake sealed off from the surface for millions of years, yet somehow containing microbial life, magnetic anomalies, and, according to some reports, structures on its floor. When Russian scientists drilled into it, communications went dark, equipment failed. Then came the silence again, more data classified, more imagery missing, and yet the drilling continued, but not for research, not anymore. What were they seeking? Or worse, what were they trying to keep down? Ancient ruins beneath jungle can be reclaimed by time, but ice does not reclaim. It intoes, it preserves. If something powerful was left behind, a device, a temple, a doorway, the ice would not destroy it, it would protect it until the time was right, or the time was wrong. And here is the final fracture in the mirror. Why do all ancient flood myths come with the same coda? That something survived, that a remnant was spared, not just to repopulate the earth, but to guard the before. Did they travel northward, or did they go south into the blizzard, into the sleep, into the ice? We once thought the pole was just a place. Now we know it is a memory field, an altar of pressure and time, and underneath it, perhaps, lies not just evidence, but origin, the beginning we were never meant to see, or perhaps never ready to remember. So the question remains, was Antarctica the end of an age, or the beginning of another? And if we melt away its silence, will we find gods or warnings? Maybe the ruins under ice weren't abandoned. Maybe they were sealed not for their safety, but for ours. And what happens when the seal breaks? What rises with the thaw? What dream begins to walk again, carved in ice, carried by wind, and awakened by us? The frost was not the final curtain, it was the first lock, and now we're turning the key. The ocean temples, Yonaguni, and the abyss. There is a silence in the deep that does not feel empty. It hums, not with sound, but with the weight of something watching, something remembering. Beneath the surface of the Pacific, off the coast of Yonaguni Island, a shape waits in the dark. Stone steps, tiered terraces, sharp 90-degree angles, as if some lost architect once carved a message into the ocean floor, then sank it in a single breath. But was it ruin or design? Erosion or memory made solid? The Yonaguni monument is not just submerged, it is submerged perfectly, as if placed by intention, sealed by flood, and left as a test for a later mind to rediscover. For divers who descend to its face, there is a moment, quiet and unexplainable, where the mind no longer registers geology. It feels like a temple. It knows it's a temple. Massive platforms rise like ziggurats from the ocean bed, right angles cut into bedrock, steps leading to nowhere but water, walls aligned to cardinal directions, an ancient theater beneath the waves, its audience long dissolved, its stage overtaken by coral and shadow. And yet it remains, as if time could not drown it, only veil it. Mainstream voices cry, natural formation, but what nature moves in straight lines? What tectonic accident carves rectangular corridors and leaves petroglyphs of unknown hands on its edges? There are staircases, plazas, flat roads that seem worn. This is not the chaos of nature. This is the silence of something deliberate. But if it was built when tools have been recovered, no pottery, no bones, no clear civilization to claim its authorship. But sea levels have not always been where they are now. During the last ice age, the oceans were nearly 120 meters lower, which means Yonaguni could have been above water 10,000 years ago, or 12,000, or even more. That's older than the pyramids, older than Sumer, older than memory. Some theorists point to a forgotten seafaring culture. Others to the mythical Lemuria, a landmass said to have sunk beneath the Pacific, swallowed by a flood the world chose not to remember. We speak of Atlantis. But perhaps its sister lies to the east, and her bones are stone. Her voice the soundless pull of the abyss. Look deeper. Yonaguni is not alone, just as Egypt has its pyramids, and Peru its monoliths. The oceans hold architecture, too. Structures rest off the coast of Cuba, roads stretch beneath the Gulf of Kamhat. Circular anomalies lie off the shores of Malta, Bimini, and the Bahamas. The waters do not just hide shipwrecks, they hide chapters flooded. Libraries of a civilization that refused to be burned, so it drowned itself instead. Perhaps they knew what was coming. Perhaps they chose to sink their sacred sites as offerings, as warnings, as seeds for the future. Maybe the flood wasn't the end of a world, but the sealing of a message, one too dangerous to leave on land. There is a gravity to Yonaguni that logic cannot erase. A temple not just beneath the sea, but beneath time. Every diver returns changed, not by what they saw, but by what they felt. That cold knowing, that whispered pull that says, "You've been here before." Because if the oceans could drain, what else would we find? Not just ruins, but memories, frozen in coral, woven in sand, sung in sonar patterns no dolphin could decode. Memories of a cycle, of rise, fall, flood, and forget. Yonaguni is more than a mystery. It is an opening, a threshold, a key left in water for minds that can still dream sideways. It tells us there were others, and they didn't build for glory. They built for survival. They built for us. We often ask, who built it? But maybe the better question is, who left it behind? And why do we still dream of temples under the sea? Maybe what we call lost was never meant to be found, only remembered, only awakened. Imagine a civilization so ancient it predates the names we've given to time, a people who did not fear the end because they knew the end was only a veil. They understood the language of water, the rhythm of cycles, the heartbeat of the earth beneath the crust. They saw the floods not as tragedy, but as inevitability, and they built not to resist it, but to communicate through it. Yonaguni was not merely submerged, it was offered, a sacred monument plunged into the sea to hold resonance long after the surface forgot, not for gods, but for memory itself. It is shaped not just to endure erosion, but to sing through it, because even stone, when struck by tide and time, can echo. Some geologists will say it is pareidolia, a trick of the mind, seeing patterns in randomness. But what of the countless reports from divers, monks, and local elders who speak of other ruins? Not only one structure, but a complex walls, columns, aligned chambers. And what of the vertical shafts that seem too precise? The flat plains, with right-angled corners, untouched by typical erosion. The island's own legends speak of a submerged city, a kingdom punished by the gods for its pride. A city that vanished beneath waves, but whose spirit still stirs when the moon is full. In Okinawa and Yonaguni folklore, the sea is alive with stories of serpent gods, of descending lights, of voices carried in the deep. Could these be fading echoes of a global event? A flood, not just of water, but of forgetting. Now, let us pull back. Because the sea has always been more than water. It is the veil of the collective unconscious. Every culture, every landmass, every forgotten continent holds a myth of the deluge. The Greeks told of Atlantis, the Hindus of Manu's ark, the Sumerians of Ziusudra, the Bible of Noah. But under each story is a pattern, and under each pattern is a site like Yonaguni. What if these submerged monuments are not isolated? What if they are connected, like anchor points in a lost grid, a blueprint scattered beneath the waves to guide us back when we forget who we are, not just in Japan, but in the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean. Each site a node in a vast spiritual architecture, buried by intention. And if they were built with awareness of the stars, as many above-ground megaliths clearly were, then what constellations did they point to? Which epochs did they encode? Yonaguni faces west, its largest terrace, stepping toward the setting sun. Is this coincidence or ritual design? What equinox, what processional shift did it mark in stone before the sea reclaimed it? Modern tools cannot carbon date the bedrock. There is no organic residue, no inscriptions in known language, only the cold, mute geometry that speaks louder than myth. But the absence of writing is not the absence of meaning. Some things are too sacred for ink, too ancient for words, so they wrote in resonance, in shape, in stone. Perhaps they built for us, not for their time, but for the descendants who would rise again, cycle after cycle, those who would walk upright, look upward, and begin to remember, to question, to wonder. Yonaguni is a wound in time, an opening in the seabed of history. We don't know what it is, but we feel what it is. It is not random, not meaningless, not silent. It waits, and in that waiting, a whisper, we were here, still here. And when the stars realign, you will hear us again, because maybe the deepest truths were never written on scrolls or tablets. Maybe they were cast into the sea, so only the ones who dove deep enough could find them. And maybe, just maybe, we were always meant to look downward before we could rise upward again. Atlantis wasn't the beginning. It was just the first to drown, and Yonaguni, it might be the last to rise. The temples that defy religion in the silence of prehistory. Long before the rise of organized priesthoods, certain temples were carved into the earth and raised upon its surface. They stand in quiet defiance of what we expect from sacred places. There are no idols resting in their shadows, no carved gods presiding over worshippers, no altars marked with blood or offerings. These structures, instead, bear a different kind of presence, an austere geometry, a precision of design, a weight of stone that suggests function rather than myth. To walk into them, even today, is to step into an absence. The absence of religion as we know it. The absence of anthropomorphic deities. The absence of ritual objects. And yet, the air inside feels charged. These are not empty shells of belief. They are containers of something more elemental. The question lingers, were they shrines for devotion, or were they instruments built for a different purpose? Consider Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, often called the world's first temple. 12,000 years old, it predates agriculture and cities. Its great T-shaped pillars form circles beneath the stars, some carved with foxes, vultures, and abstract signs. But what is missing is just as striking as what remains. There is no altar, no statue of a god to receive prayer, no chambers for a priesthood to reside. The site seems to have been built to do something, not merely to symbolize. Its stones are vast and smooth, aligned with care, as though they were components of an unknown mechanism. Archaeologists describe it as ritual, but ritual without a deity is something else, perhaps ritual as technology, as process, as function. Across the sea, Malta's megalithic temples offer another enigma. built between 5 and 6,000 years ago. They are some of the oldest freestanding stone buildings on Earth. Their walls curve like the chambers of a body, spiraling into inner sanctuaries. Here again, there are no cult statues, no depictions of rulers, no presiding gods. Instead, acoustic experiments have shown that certain rooms resonate powerfully with the human voice, amplifying sound and vibrating through the stone. It is as though the architecture itself was designed to shape consciousness, to alter perception, to create states of mind. The hypogeum of Cal Saflieni, carved deep below the earth in Malta, carries this mystery further. Its chambers are cut with precision, and within the oracle room, a low male voice sets the stone to trembling, filling the space with standing waves. Those who have entered describe the vibration as something physical, pressing against the body, weaving sound into bone. No images of gods guide this resonance. It is as if the builders were less interested in worship than in transformation, transforming those who entered, reshaping their minds through sound and silence. The same absence can be felt at Göbekli Tepe's contemporaries, in the forgotten sanctuaries of central Anatolia, in the vast megaliths of Brittany, in the mysterious circles of Scotland. None of these carry the full vocabulary of later religions. Instead of gods, they speak through weight, through alignment, through stone and sky. Perhaps we should reconsider the word temple. In our language, it conjures priests, rites, prayers. But in the deep past, before religion hardened into hierarchy, the temple may have been something closer to an engine, a mechanism through which energy, sound, and human presence interacted with the earth and heavens. Consider the alignments. At many of these sites, the stones turn toward solstices, equinoxes, or the rising of specific stars. At Göbekli Tepe, scholars have suggested alignments with the constellation Orion, or with the bright star Sirius, the first to pierce the dawn in summer. In Malta, doorways frame the rising sun at the solstice. These are not decorations, but deliberate calculations. It is as though the temples were designed to catch something from the sky, to receive light or pattern, to synchronize the human community with cycles beyond itself. Then there is the question of scale. The megaliths are often far larger than needed for gatherings or prayer. Stones weighing tens of tons were dragged across hills, lifted upright, and balanced with impossible precision. Why such effort, if not for more than shelter? Why such enormity, if the purpose was only symbolic? The scale itself seems to hint at a force, whether acoustic, energetic, or cosmic, that required such mass to stabilize or channel. In later cultures, memory of such structures lingers, but their functions are veiled in myth. The Egyptians spoke of their temples not only as houses for the gods, but as places where Heka, the force of creation, was made present through ritual sound and gesture. The Greeks imagined their oracles speaking within chambers shaped to magnify voices from unseen spaces. Yet, when we look further back, beyond the veil of history, we find the possibility that what later became ritual may have once been technology. The absence of idols is crucial. Idols focus attention outward, toward representation, toward story. These temples focus attention inward, upward, toward experience itself. In the resonant rooms, the human voice becomes the offering. In the alignments with solstice and star, the sky itself becomes the altar. This is not religion as hierarchy. This is communion as mechanism. And what of the materials themselves? Many megalithic temples are built from limestone, a stone rich in crystalline structure, capable of resonance. Some are set directly upon telluric current, subtle flows of geomagnetic energy that trace the Earth's body. Later traditions, from China's feng shui to Native American sacred geography, remembered such lines, speaking of dragon veins, of spirit paths. But in these earliest temples, the builders may not have spoken of them at all. They may have simply built upon them, aligning stone with energy in a direct, wordless knowledge. The impression grows that these temples were not empty. They were tuned to the sky, tuned to the earth, tuned to the body of the human who entered. They were not built for statues, but for resonance, not for idols, but for transformation. One might imagine the people gathering within, not to pray, but to feel the vibration of sound in the chamber, to feel the sunrise pierce the doorway, to feel the weight of the stones pressing silence into the bones. These were experiences, not sermons, processes, not dogs. Archaeology struggles with such interpretations. The field is cautious, committed to what can be measured, to what can be drawn and dated. The language of ritual becomes a placeholder, a way of saying we do not know, but it seems important. Yet behind that word, one senses an unease, a recognition that these temples do not fit neatly into the categories of religion. They are too early, too precise, too functional. They are something else, something harder to name. And so the question remains, whispered by stone corridors and open-air circles alike. Were these truly temples in the religious sense, or were they devices, engines, technologies of another kind? The answer may never be fully known. Perhaps both are true. Perhaps the distinction itself is a modern invention, unknown to the builders who lived by rhythms we can barely imagine. What is clear is that the silence of these temples is not emptiness. It is density. It is the silence of function, waiting to be activated. And in standing before them, in Malta, in Turkey, in forgotten landscapes across the earth, one feels that activation still flickering in echo of a process long interrupted, but not forgotten. The night descends on such places with a strange weight. The stones cast long shadows. The air holds a resonance you cannot quite name. You stand where thousands once stood, not praying, not worshipping, but participating in something larger, something older. A temple without gods, without altars, without priests, yet still alive. And so we leave this chapter as we entered it, in silence, the kind of silence that does not empty the mind, but fills it with questions, questions that will linger as we move deeper into the labyrinth of humanity's forgotten past. The time-looped temples across the landscapes of the ancient world. There are places where stone does not merely rest upon stone, but where memory itself seems bound into the earth. Temples rise, fall, and rise again, as though each generation could not allow the ground to lie bare. A cycle unfolds, where one sacred structure replaces another, not in random succession, but often in the same proportions, upon the same footprint, as though the soil itself demanded repetition. Consider the temple at Jerusalem, torn down, rebuilt, and torn again, yet always re-established on the same mount. Or the Parthenon upon the Athenian Acropolis, whose present columns stand above the ghostly ruins of an older sanctuary, scorched and broken, yet never abandoned. Across the Nile Valley, Egyptian shrines to Amun, Osiris, and Hathor follow this same pattern, successive layers of stone upon stone, each ruler preserving not merely the site, but the exact cosmic alignment of those before him. Archaeologists often speak of practicality, of a city's core enduring in one place for logistical reasons, access to water, defensible elevation, trade routes. Yet temples are not marketplaces. They are not fortresses. They serve another purpose. When the same ground is consecrated again and again, when the same angles are preserved across centuries, we sense that more than convenience was at work. There is an impression, subtle but insistent, that ancient peoples feared the loss of something intangible, a thread connecting the living with powers they felt beyond themselves. To rebuild a temple was not an act of innovation, but of remembrance. Each foundation stone, carefully aligned with its predecessor, spoke of fidelity to a pattern that must not be broken. At Göbekli Tepe, in modern Turkey, the oldest known monumental sanctuary, circular enclosures were deliberately buried under their own builders' hands, only for new circles to rise nearby in the same proportions. Archaeologists puzzle over this act of burial. Why would a people hide the very sanctuary they had labored so long to create? Yet the rhythm is unmistakable. One temple is completed, then concealed, as if retired into the earth. Another, strikingly similar, is then raised anew, echoing the same form. This was not the logic of utility. It was the choreography of ritual, as though the people themselves were actors repeating a script too ancient to alter. In Mesopotamia, too, the story is repeated. Beneath the ziggurat of Ur, layers of older temples lie hidden, not because they were rejected, but because a grander version was built atop their footprint. One ruler after another sought not to erase the old, but to enshrine it beneath, raising their own offering to the gods in a deliberate echo. The ground beneath the ziggurat became a palimpsest of devotion, one temple folded into another across centuries. And then there are the stones of Luxor and Karnak, temples stretched across dynasties, each pharaoh adding halls, pylons, and courts, yet all bound to the original axis. That axis itself traced the rising of the midwinter sun, its beams stretching through the pillars to touch the sanctuary deep within. No ruler dared to shift this path, however ambitious their expansions. The sacred alignment endured, preserved like a covenant across the centuries. Why this strange compulsion? Why not build new temples in fresh locations? Why this insistence that the dimensions remain tethered to those of the ancestors? Some whisper of power stored in place. Perhaps the ancients believed that once a temple was consecrated, the earth beneath it became charged, a vessel of continuity. To abandon the site would be to lose the accumulated weight of prayer, sacrifice, and ritual. Each reconstruction, then, was less about stone than about keeping the channel open, the invisible thread unbroken. Others suggest that repetition itself was the offering, the act of rebuilding, of honoring what was destroyed, of restoring the same lines and proportions as a sign of fidelity. The gods, perhaps, were thought to demand not novelty but constancy. And yet another possibility lingers at the edges of thought, that these people were not simply honoring their ancestors. but reenacting something they could not fully comprehend. Imagine a memory so ancient that no single generation remembers its origin. Imagine the descendants of those who once saw something, a light, a presence, a voice from the earth or sky. They no longer recall the encounter, but they remember the form, the shape of the sanctuary, the angle of its stones, the sacred ground upon which it must stand. The form becomes the vessel of memory, and so they repeat it, century after century. The Inca built their Coricancha, the golden temple of the sun, upon the foundations of an older sanctuary erected by the peoples before them. Spanish conquerors later built their church upon those same stones, unable or unwilling to erase the foundation. Each layer overwrote the other, yet each was anchored to the same sacred ground, as if the site itself dictated what must rise upon it. Even conquest could not sever the chain. It merely continued the strange repetition under another name, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, to suggest this pattern. Though the largest were singular, many smaller pyramids were rebuilt, enlarged, or aligned precisely to echo those before them. It was as though the original pyramid contained a hidden template, an invisible law that later kings sought to imitate. The cycle repeated not just in stone, but in proportion, in angle, in orientation to the heavens. If we step back, a pattern emerges that is larger than any single civilization. Across cultures, across continents, the cycle of the time-looped temple recurs. Temples rise, fall, and rise again on the same axis, the same footprint, the same dimensions. A memory inscribed in architecture, preserved not through story but through stone. Perhaps this is what sacred time meant to the ancients, not a line that moves forward, but a circle that returns. Each temple was not a new invention, but a re-entry into that circle. To stand on the sacred ground was to step outside of linear time, to anchor oneself in the eternal. The rebuilding was not a failure of imagination, but a deliberate act of rejoining the loop. As night deepens, imagine yourself walking through one of these layered sites. Beneath your feet lie the foundations of older sanctuaries, hidden but not gone. You tread upon a floor that countless others have consecrated. The columns around you echo the lines of those that once stood here centuries before. You are enclosed within repetition, embraced by the rhythm of generations who preserved what they could not forget. The silence of the stones is not emptiness. It is memory, layered, folded, and waiting. Each wall whispers of its predecessor. Each foundation stone remembers the one beneath. The temple is not one building, but many, and in this sense, perhaps it is eternal. And so, the timeless temples endure, not merely as ruins, not merely as archaeological puzzles, but as echoes of a human compulsion that transcends explanation, reverence, memory, or something older, woven into the very stones themselves. We do not yet know. We can only stand within the ruins, feel the weight of repetition, and sense that something was being preserved through duplication, through devotion, through the strange patience of millennia. The night closes in, and the temples remain, layer upon layer, time folded into architecture, the loop unbroken. The stones wait in silence, holding their secret. The temple as mirror, built in our image. There is an ancient intuition that what is vast in the heavens and what is hidden within the body are not separate, but reflections of one another. Across continents and centuries, we find temples and sacred enclosures that appear not only as offerings to unseen gods, but also as diagrams, maps of anatomy, blueprints of the soul, models of the human form cast into stone. In India, the temple is not simply a house for the divine. It is a body. Its towering spire, the shikara, rises like a head crowned by thought and vision. Its sanctum, dark and enclosed, becomes the heart, the inner chamber where the presence dwells. Pilgrims enter from the feet, moving through thresholds as though ascending the body's own channels, step by step toward the stillness of the core. The texts that guided these architects, the Shilpa Shastras and the Vastu Shastra, describe not only measurements of stone, but flows of energy, prana, breath, life itself, circulating through the design. To walk through such a temple is to travel through the body of the cosmos and simultaneously through oneself. This same principle echoes in other lands. The Mesoamerican pyramids, rising in tiered steps, seem less like fortresses and more like diagrams of ascent. Their terraces form layers, like chakras unfolding upward. At Teotihuacan, the Pyramid of the Sun rests upon a cave, a symbolic womb of origin, and from there rises in geometric progression, each level narrowing, each step closer to the heavens. Ancient myths spoke of this place as the birthplace of the gods, but in its form, one may also see the unfolding of human consciousness, climbing from the base of the body to the crown, where flame and sky meet. If one lays a mandala, the sacred diagram of circles within squares, over these structures, the symmetry is undeniable. Mandalas themselves are mirrors of the body. In Tibetan traditions, they are walked, traced, and meditated upon as if one were entering one's own subtle anatomy, traversing from the outer senses to the inner stillness at the center. The temple and the mandala, the pyramid and the chakra system, all speak of a parallel, the human being as temple, the temple as human being. The Egyptians, too, seem to have known this mystery. The Temple of Luxor, when studied not only as architecture but as geometry, appears to mirror the proportions of the human skeleton. The axis of its halls, stretching from entrance to sanctuary, has been mapped against the spine, the limbs, the head. Some scholars, like R. A. Schwaller de Lubitsch, argued that the entire structure is a living hieroglyph, the human form writ large. Teaching initiates that man himself is the measure of the divine. When one walks its corridors, the sensation is uncanny. Pillars rise like ribs, chambers unfold like organs, and the sanctuary at the far end rests where the skull and crown might be. To pass through is to be reminded that one's body, too, is a vessel of sacred design. The temple is not only before you, but within you. In the Greek world, proportion was not arbitrary. The Parthenon, often admired for its mathematical beauty, was built upon ratios derived from the human body. The golden mean, the harmonious proportion that recurs in nature, in shells, in leaves, and in our very limbs, was encoded in its stones. For the Greeks, beauty was not mere ornament. It was the revelation of hidden order, the geometry that unites flesh and cosmos. To stand before the Parthenon was to be reminded that one's own body partook in the same harmony that shaped the temple's columns. Why would civilizations, separated by oceans and millennia, converge upon this idea that the temple must reflect the human? Perhaps it was because the body was the one temple they all knew. Before stone, before cities, before language carved itself into tablets, there was the body, the vessel of life, the mystery that breathes, the form through which all perception flows. To build in its image was to acknowledge that divinity was not distant, but present within. The chakra system of India speaks of centers of energy aligned along the spine, each one unfolding like a lotus, ascending from base to crown. When we overlay this upon temple design, we see the correspondence, the entry as the root, the outer halls as the gathering of energy, the ascending towers as the opening of higher vision. In Cambodia, at Angkor Wat, the very proportions of the temple's layout have been read as a cosmogram of time and body alike, a mapping of cycles, both celestial and human. The procession through its galleries becomes a journey through both cosmos and flesh. In the Americas, the Maya conceived of the world tree, the Siba, as the axis that connects underworld, earth, and sky. Their temples, with stairways rising toward the heavens and descending into hidden chambers below, embodied this axis mundi, the cosmic spine. To climb their steps was to traverse the body of the world, which was also the body of the self. The ritual ascent of the priest mirrored the inner ascent of spirit through the levels of being, even in the Christian tradition. The cathedral was not immune to this resonance. Gothic churches, with their vaulted ceilings and cruciform plans, have often been described as bodies of Christ in stone. The nave, from the Latin for ship, also recalls the torso, the transept, the outstretched arms, the apse, the head. Light pours through stained glass, as if through eyes, illuminating the inner chamber, where bread and wine, body and blood, are transformed. Worshippers entering such a space did not only meet God above, but encountered the reflection of incarnation, itself the divine clothed in human form. There is a rhythm here that cannot be dismissed as coincidence. It suggests that ancient builders were encoding a recognition that the microcosm and macrocosm are one, that the human form, fragile though it is, carries within it the same architecture as the stars, the same symmetry as temples, the same geometry as creation itself. To lie within a temple at night, when silence gathers and the world outside fades, is to feel this correspondence more deeply. The stone walls, like bones, surround you. The chambers, like organs, hold their resonance. The flicker of torchlight becomes breath, inhaling and exhaling through the corridors. You are not separate from this place. You are its mirror, and it is yours. Yet the question lingers, were these temples truly designed with human anatomy in mind, or do we merely project ourselves upon them? Is it possible that the resonance is born of a deeper law, one that unites form across scales, from the spiral of galaxies to the curve of a ribcage? Perhaps what we call sacred geometry is less a human invention than a recognition that we are patterns echoing larger patterns, bodies echoing the body of the world. The ancients left no definitive declaration. They left only stones, aligned with uncanny precision, proportioned with care, oriented toward stars, infused with myth. They left us temples whose dimensions whisper of lungs and hearts, of spines and crowns, of ascent and return. They left us hints that to enter a temple was not to enter a house for gods alone, but to step into a mirror, to see oneself reflected against eternity. And perhaps this is why, Across civilizations, the act of pilgrimage is always both outward and inward. The journey to the temple, across desert, through jungle, or over mountain, mirrors the journey within, through breath, through heartbeat, through thought, into stillness. The outer architecture and the inner anatomy meet, one echoing the other, reminding us that the sacred is never far. It is not distant in the stars, nor locked only in stone. It is already here, within the measure of the body, within the rhythm of breath. The temple, as mirror, lingers as a question, not a certainty, but it is a question that breathes, a question that invites. Were we the first architects, or merely the reflection of a greater architecture? When we build in stone, are we shaping temples, or are temples shaping us, teaching us to see ourselves in the design of the world? In the quiet of night, the temple stands. Its columns rise like limbs, its chambers like organs, its spire like the crown of thought. You walk its path slowly, each step echoing not only through corridors of stone, but through corridors within yourself. You are both pilgrim and temple, both seeker and sought. And as silence deepens, you sense the ancient truth that the temple, in all its majesty, is not apart from you. It is your image, your reflection, your mirror in the sacred stone. The temples we inherited, the knowledge we lost across the deserts, jungles, and mountains of the world. Colossal ruins endure silent, immovable, and unyielding. They rise from the earth like frozen waves of memory, carved with symbols that we no longer know how to read. Our ancestors once stood before these temples in awe, not as tourists or archaeologists, but as participants in mysteries we have long forgotten. To them, the stone was not lifeless. It breathed with meaning, aligned with celestial rhythms, charged with ritual power. To us, they are ruins, objects of curiosity, admired but not understood. We have inherited their presence, but not their language. We are keepers of a treasury whose keys have been lost. At Angkor, where towers bloom like lotus buds of stone, inscriptions remain. Yet even with translation, their inner purpose slips through our grasp. The Khmer kings called this place the terrestrial image of Mount Meru, the axis of the universe. But when we walk its long galleries, lined with carvings of churning oceans and celestial battles, what did those images truly mean to those who traced them? Were they simple myths cast in relief, or coded diagrams of time, astronomy, and consciousness? The stones whisper, but our ears are not tuned to their frequency. In Egypt, the same silence presses in. The great temples of Karnak and in Dwarka, once alive with chanting priests and perfumed smoke, now stand as open-air museums. Their hieroglyphs, painstakingly deciphered, tell us the names of gods and kings. But translation is not comprehension. When we read of offerings to Amun-Ra, or ceremonies enacted by pharaohs in sanctuaries aligned to the solstices, do we truly understand the metaphysical mechanics of what was being done? Or do we merely skim the surface of a system of knowledge that was once whole, now fractured into fragments? The ancients aligned their temples with Sirius, with Orion. With the midwinter sun, we can measure these alignments, calculate them, admire them, but we do not know why. This is the tragedy of inheritance without understanding. We walk among masterpieces of architecture, engineering, and sacred design, but we no longer hold the worldview that made them necessary. For those who built them, the temple was not a monument to the past. it was a living interface between human and cosmos. Its geometry, proportions, and alignments were instruments in an invisible symphony of ritual. To us, it is heritage. To them, it was life itself. Consider Göbekli Tepe, the 12,000-year-old sanctuary buried deliberately beneath its own earth. Its T-shaped pillars are carved with animals and abstract signs. Archaeologists call it the world's first temple. Yet we cannot say what rites were performed there, what language the symbols spoke, or what vision of the universe compelled hunter-gatherers to raise stones of such weight. All we know is that something extraordinary happened, and then it was hidden, sealed, as if the knowledge had become too dangerous or too sacred to remain exposed. When it was rediscovered, we found the architecture, but not the scripture that gave it voice. In the Andes, the stones of Tiwanaku stand in mute defiance of time. The gateway of the sun, carved with figures and patterns aligned to the heavens, stares out across the altiplano. Scholars debate whether it was a calendar, an initiation site, or a cosmological diagram. Yet the people who carved it left no written record to guide us. The Spanish chroniclers, arriving millennia later, asked the surviving Andean peoples what it meant, and even they could only shrug and repeat that it had been built by the giants in an age before their memory. The temple endured, but its meaning had already evaporated. This forgetting is not only the result of conquest, fire, and erosion. It is also the slow erosion of consciousness itself. Civilizations fall, and with them fall the frameworks of thought that gave their monuments life. Imagine inheriting a violin but never having heard music. You may admire its shape, trace its curves, and preserve it in a museum. But without the sound it was meant to make, its true nature remains locked. So too, with temples, we can measure their stones, reconstruct their images, even preserve their alignments. But without the worldview, the cosmology, the inner science that gave them purpose, we are left holding only the instrument, not the song. The temple of Borobudur in Java rises like a mountain of stone mandalas. Its terraces spiral upward, adorned with thousands of reliefs. To climb, it is to move through a story of the cosmos, a journey toward enlightenment. Yet, for centuries, the jungle swallowed it. When it was rediscovered, the teachings it embodied had faded from collective practice. The reliefs remain intricate and overwhelming, but their full orchestration as a ritual journey is not easily recovered. Tourists climb its steps today, but few pause to feel the slow transformation it was designed to induce. The temple survives, but the choreography of consciousness it carried has been reduced to a backdrop for photographs. The Greeks once spoke of their temples as bodies of gods. Their ratios, their proportions, were tuned to harmony and resonance. Yet when we study the Parthenon, we focus on columns, mathematics, and aesthetics. Rarely do we ask what it meant to those who stood within, offering incense, gazing toward the chryselephantine statue of Athena. The sacred vibration that once infused the space has been stilled. We study the shell, but the spirit is absent, and yet there is a paradox. Even without understanding, these temples continue to move us. A tourist who walks into Karnak feels a hush descend, even if he knows nothing of Amun. A traveler who gazes upon Machu Picchu feels a strange reverence, even if the rites of the Inca are long forgotten. The geometry of sacred architecture seems to bypass intellect, speaking directly to something deeper, as if the stones still hum with an ancient frequency that we can no longer decode, but still faintly feel. What knowledge have we lost? Was it astronomy, encoded in alignments? Was it medicine, inscribed in proportions that mirror the human body? Was it psychology, written in symbols that guided the soul through transformation? Or was it something still more elusive, a language of direct communion between human and cosmos, where temple was not a building but a living bridge? Some remnants of that worldview survive, scattered like embers. In Hindu traditions, the temple is still approached as a living body. Its sanctum is the heart, its tower, the head, its corridors, the channels of energy. To walk through it is to walk through the body of the cosmos itself. In Tibetan mandalas, in Navajo sand paintings, in the labyrinth of Chartres Cathedral, echoes of the same principle resurface, that sacred space is a mirror of inner space. But these are fragments, islands of remembrance in a sea of forgetting. Perhaps the greatest loss is not the knowledge of how the stones were cut, but why. We can analyze the engineering of Baalbek's massive trilithons, each weighing hundreds of tons, but the deeper mystery is what vision compelled their placement. What purpose demanded such labor, such precision, such defiance of gravity itself? Without that vision, the stones are impressive, but incomplete. We stand at the threshold of the past, holding fragments like broken tablets. We can study them, admire them, even reconstruct them in models and theories, but the living current that once animated them slips beyond our reach. This is the inheritance of ruins, to be guardians of temples whose songs we cannot sing, heirs of a wisdom we cannot fully remember, and yet, perhaps, that is why they remain silent, but not mute, dormant, but not dead. They remind us that something has been lost, and in doing so, they call us to seek. They awaken a longing, a quiet ache for remembrance. The temple's purpose may be hidden, but its presence continues to press upon us, urging us not to dismiss the past as primitive, but to approach it with humility, reverence, and patience. For now we walk among the ruins, keepers of stones without scripts, inheritors of temples without teachers. The knowledge has slipped like water through cupped hands, yet the stones endure, waiting, as if the memory they carry might one day find its way back into human consciousness. And as night gathers over these silent sanctuaries, we feel both the weight of loss and the whisper of possibility. The temples remain, not to taunt us, but to invite us into mystery, into remembrance, into the patient rediscovery of a wisdom we once knew, but no longer hold. We are the ruins beneath the surface of history, beneath the fractured timelines and the broken stones. A question emerges, one that lingers, not with certainty, but with unease. What if we are not the heirs of greatness, but its remains? What if we are not the continuation of an ancient ascent, but the scattered fragments of a story half-yearsed? We walk through the ruins of old temples, pyramids, and forgotten sanctuaries. Yet perhaps the most profound ruin is not of stone at all. It is memory, the erosion of continuity, the fading of knowledge that once bound human beings to the cosmos in ways we no longer grasp. The walls of Karnak, the terraces of Angkor, the stones of Tiwanaku, they stand as external reminders, but within us too, there are ruins. We carry them in fragments of myth, in the shadows of dreams, in the inexplicable ache for something lost yet unnamed. In this way, we are not simply observers of ruins. We are participants. Our minds are layered like the strata beneath ancient cities. One layer bears the logic of the modern age, with its machinery and its sciences. Another bears the language of religion, ritual, and poetry. And deeper still lies something older, a foundation we rarely reach, the primal memory of when humanity first stood in awe beneath the stars, when the earth itself seemed alive, when temples were not symbols but mirrors of an unseen order. Archaeology unearths the broken shells of civilizations, but who will unearth the forgotten chambers within ourselves? The question of lost temples, of vanished wisdom, is also the question of who we are. If we cannot remember why they were built, it is not only history that has collapsed, but something within human consciousness itself. Imagine walking through a ruin at dusk. The air cools, the stones darken, shadows lengthen along the fallen columns. The voices that once filled this place are gone, yet the silence does not feel empty. It feels occupied by memory, by echo, by something unfinished. You feel it, pressing against you, as if the ruin itself is gazing back, measuring you, weighing your presence against the thousands who came before. In that moment, you sense that the ruin is not only external. You too are weathered. You too are incomplete. We are accustomed to thinking of progress as a rising line from primitive beginnings toward higher knowledge, greater mastery. But the ruins suggest something else. They remind us that ascent can be followed by collapse, that what is built can be unbuilt, that greatness can dissolve into amnesia. To walk among them is to be confronted with the possibility that our story is not linear, but cyclical, that we are not the culmination of the past, but a faint afterimage of it. The myths of many cultures whisper of ages before the present one. Hesiod spoke of the Golden Age, followed by the silver, the bronze, and then the iron. In Hindu cosmology, the Yugas descend from Satya Yuga, the age of truth, down into Kali Yuga, the age of forgetfulness. The Maya inscribed cycles of suns, worlds that rose and fell before our own. These were not idle stories. They were warnings, reflections, perhaps even memories that humanity itself could rise to extraordinary heights and then descend into shadow, leaving only ruins behind. If so, then what we call ancient civilization may not have been the beginning of something, but the remnants of something that was already in decline. The temples, the monuments, the precise alignments to stars, they may be fragments of an inheritance already fraying, already slipping into erosion. What if the greatest knowledge had already been lost before Egypt raised its obelisks, before Sumer inscribed its tablets, before the Indus carved its seals? This is a haunting thought. It suggests that our story is not one of constant progress, but of remembering and forgetting, building and falling, awakening and sleeping. And in this cycle, we ourselves may not be pioneers, but latecomers, wandering through the debris of forgotten greatness. Look again at the ruins, the broken columns, the shattered lintels, the stones, weathered by centuries of wind. They are metaphors for us. Our myths are fragmented, our languages splintered, our consciousness fractured. We are not whole. We are shards of something greater, still carrying faint traces of the design, but no longer complete. like the missing pieces of a mosaic. The image we bear is partial dot, and yet within fragments lies mystery. Even in incompleteness, echoes survive. The ruins still move us. They still awaken awe. They still press upon the imagination. Why? Perhaps because something within us recognizes them. Perhaps because the ruin is not foreign to us, but kin. In their brokenness, they mirror our own state. We carry ruins within our psychology. Memories of a deeper connection to the cosmos linger in our myths of paradise lost, of towers that reached the heavens, of floods that washed away forgotten ages. These stories are not simply allegories. They may be residues of memory, worn but not erased. When we read them, when we hear them, something stirs. A part of us recognizes the cadence of a language we no longer speak, but still faintly remembered it. Is here that the haunting becomes most profound, for the ruins outside us and the ruins within us reflect each other. The broken temple and the fragmented psyche are two faces of the same loss. To restore one may require restoring the other. And so, the question presses closer. Are we capable of remembrance? Or are we destined to remain the ruins themselves, wandering among stones we cannot reassemble, carrying memories we cannot fully awaken? The tragedy of being ruins is not only loss, but blindness. We look upon the past with the assumption that we are greater, more advanced, more complete. Yet the ruins whisper otherwise. They suggest that perhaps we are children wandering through the remains of ancestors who once held keys we no longer even know exist. That their knowledge was not superstition, but science of a kind we cannot yet fathom. That their temples were not primitive, but precise instruments of connection, whose functions elude us. And so we remain both heirs and orphans, inheritors of temples, but not of their meaning, guardians of fragments, but not of the whole. We are the ruins, walking among ruins, but even ruins have a role. They do not vanish. They endure as reminders, as provocations, as thresholds. They awaken longing. They stir questions. They invite humility. Perhaps this is their purpose now, not to instruct us directly, but to remind us that something has been lost, and that the search is not over. In this way, the haunting is not despair, but possibility. If we are ruins, then perhaps within us lie also the seeds of rebuilding. A fragment, after all, is not nothing. It carries the trace of the whole, the faint outlines of forgotten geometry, the shadows of sacred memory, the echoes of songs once sung beneath star-filled skies. They remain. If we listen, if we walk slowly, if we allow silence to deepen, perhaps we can hear them again. To stand in a ruin is to stand between two worlds, the past that has fallen and the future that is not yet built. The stones remind us that we are not the first, and perhaps not the greatest. But they also remind us that the story is not finished. We are the ruins, and yet even ruins hold the shape of greatness. Even ruins can be traced, studied, reimagined. Even ruins can become foundations. Once more, the night gathers. The wind moves softly through broken columns, through corridors that open to the stars. The temple is incomplete, but so are we. Its silence mirrors our silence. Its fragments mirror our memory. We are not apart from it. We are it. Flesh and stone, broken and enduring, fragments of a forgotten story, waiting to be remembered. And so this chapter does not close with an answer, but with a haunting. The haunting that perhaps the greatest ruin is ourselves. The haunting that perhaps the temples, the pyramids, the monuments endure not only to preserve memory, but to remind us of what we once were. The ruins stand. We walk among them, and with each step we feel the echo, not only of the past, but of ourselves.